Hello, how's it going, everybody? Welcome in. How are we doing? How is things today? I don't know. Words. How's it going? Doing great, you? Yeah, I'm doing all right. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I mean, it's hard to answer, right? I'm doing okay, I think. So yeah. I'm just looking at something in the background. There we go. Okay, we're sorted now. I had to have a look at something real quick. Welcome in, Nitty, as well. How you doing, man? Managed to write some stuff, but it feels uninspired. Baby steps, though, you know? Baby steps. At least you managed to write something. That's the main thing, right? Especially during a period of creative burnout. That's quite a difficult thing to do, so... Yeah, good stuff, man. It's the right direction anyway, if nothing else, you know? Welcome in, Etienne J as well. How's it going? Welcome to stream. The Bob, we got the Bob clan back today as well. We will be doing some War Thunder today. I don't really know what to expect because on Sunday things were rough. Yeah, I'm not sure. We'll see what happens, but it could be an interesting time. We'll see. We'll get the game up in a little bit though, and we'll get going. So. Long time no see. How's it going, man? Pretty miserable, not gonna lie. It's been pretty bad recently. How are you? Today I'm doing okay, but yeah, life's been kicking me in the teeth recently. So it's I don't know. I'm in a weird spot right now. But yeah, welcome in, everybody. Yeah, everyone's been doing good and has had a nice productive day so far. Whatever it is you've been up to. That's what we'd love to see. How's it going with the tanks? Pretty good, actually, honestly. I've slowed down a bit the last week or two because I think it's because I'm just playing a lot less now. I haven't been playing off stream at all on any other stuff, so I've lost my edge a little bit, so I'm definitely not playing as well. Not that I was like some great player before, but you know, I was at least doing okay. But recently I just haven't really been there when it comes to having good games. I've been kind of all over the place. Now I've also been using a lot of SPAAs, so it's kind of hard to like force good games with them, you know, because like your XP is always going to be kind of limited. So We've been making decent progress considering, I think. Like, we've spaded a number of new vehicles recently. But it's kind of like every time I get to the new batch of vehicles, there's one of them that's a bit of a stinker that makes it sort of a bit of a miserable experience. So, in my case, the Stormer HVM at the moment. So, yeah. Hopefully things will turn around though. Got GG and EJ in the squad. We're jamming some War Thunder. Maybe we'll see you. Maybe, you never know. You never know, Bob. You never know. Women Army Tank Blood, you have the IS-4M. Congratulations on getting the IS-4M. I hope you stomp many teams with it. What we want to see. Welcome to stream. Have to have a team that knows what they're doing if you want to play SPAA. Yeah. Yeah. It happens a lot in the last like week or two where I'm like, oh, I really need my team to do well here, and they just get stomped. And then I just kind of get stuck at the back of the map on my own, waiting for death. So, yeah. And then it doesn't help that with my lineup right now, the Stormer can't kill anything basically other than helicopters. It's like super challenging to try and snipe out a jet, so yeah, that makes it more difficult. But you know, today we can make some progress. That's what we're hoping for. We're hoping for big progress. We're hoping for taking a step in the right direction and all that type of stuff. And with that in mind, I'm going to open the game up now. Wish us luck. We're in a game. Good luck. Good luck to you guys. You're gonna go crazy. You're gonna go mentally deranged and get all the kills. You can get like, what's the maximum amount I guess you could get? You're gonna get like 30 kills between you three. I believe. I believe. Reminder as well to everybody, go drop a like on the YouTube stream. It is free. It takes a matter of seconds. So if you haven't done that already, there is a link at the top of the Twitch chat where you can go across and do that. We're currently at 6, which is the amount that we've done in the last 4 or 5 streams, probably in a row. We've done that already, and we're 15 minutes in. So I feel like there's a good chance of us getting above that today. So let's see what we can do, shall we? I'm sure there's somebody here who hasn't done it yet. So go ahead and do it if you haven't already, if you would please. It's very helpful. Other things to note before we start. You weren't here yesterday. I talked about this at the end of stream. But Christmas stream is essentially nearly finished now. The build up for it. I only need to do one more thing. As I mute my mic, I need to do one more thing before the Christmas stream, and then we're good to go. However, also look forward to it because it's probably going to be the last big Christmas stream we ever do. Because I kind of explained at the end of last stream, they're kind of just too unaffordable. Realistically, I know we've only done one in this year. We will do one this year because I haven't done any other big streams or anything. But it's just the cost of them these days is just too much. It's too much in comparison to everything else, and I just can't justify doing them past this one. So we're trying to finish this Christmas stream off with a bit of finesse, and past that, that's it. So there's Bob. But yeah, so enjoy it when you can. 23rd of December. Keep it in mind. It's Wednesday. It's going to be the biggest stream of the year for us, and we are hopefully going to have a banger of a day. Well, I say hopefully, we will. So let's get underway. We've got a limited amount of time. I played like one game yesterday or something, and I got a few thousand points, but meh. Quick look at where we are. Everything on the tech tree is unlocked, so we're currently dumping all of our XP into the helicopters because there's nothing else we can put them into. And then these guys are all pretty new. Once we get this will actually allow us to do something vaguely useful, which will be nice. So I'm looking forward to that. That'll be amazing. So, yeah, we got a lot of stuff to unlock today. Things could be good. We'll see. But we need to have a bit of luck going in our favor as well. So, yeah. Let's go. So let's get going, shall we? Hopefully today will be a good day. We'll see. I'm hoping we're gonna have a good day today, because I need one of those, quite frankly. I've been having too many shitty days recently. I need a good day. I'm not very optimistic, but you never know. This would be a real nice start if it could be a helicopter game as well, rather than a planes match, but we'll see. If you're wondering where that last bit of music came from. Came from Mass Effect. Oh, it's planes, nice. From Mass Effect. Known as Vigil is the music. Nice little one that I have in my playlist on Spotify, so I just throw it in every now and again on stream. I'm sure it'll probably get hit with copyright, but it was only a minute and a half or whatever, so I don't think it's gonna give me too much strife. Oh yeah, I've also got to remember this thing has no machine gun, so we can't shoot down fences, which means this might be a little difficult to play some of these positions in here, but we'll see. I guess we'll just settle in for the long haul of War Thunder today. Only other thing I really have to kind of mention is there's some exciting things on the horizon. So when the time comes and you know, I have some things to announce and whatnot, we'll have some rather cool things to talk about. So keep that in mind. Well then. Well, that Macabre didn't last long, did it? I feel like actually here I'm in a decent position, but okay, I was gonna say I'm slightly concerned about getting kind of pushed from some other weird angle, but there's a lot of like peak spots here that someone could just pop out round and fire one at me out of nowhere. So I'm a bit kind of concerned that someone's just gonna appear like that and just erase me from the map. So there we go. That did indeed happen. What a great start. We'll jump in the... Oh, let's jump in the Osa. The Storm has got a better chance of doing nothing here anyway. The Osa at least might be able to kill something. We'll have to warm up though with our SPAs. I also do think the zoom factor on this thing is really high as well. Almost too high. I'm not sure I like it all that much sometimes. Because you end up not seeing the missile when you fire it for a while, which is a bit kind of awkward. So yeah, we're struggling to get a lock on this bloody drone as well, aren't we? What is happening? There we go. I think this is probably a waste because I think we'll lose sight of it, but no, we don't. We got the hit. Nice. Well, that's a nice little spot of XP. We'll take that. And it's our first shot fired from the Osa today, and we got a kill. So I think we can be relatively happy with that. Probably the only thing we can be relatively happy with so far, but, you know. One step at a time, I suppose. Oh, this guy's too close, I think. Yeah, this zoom is kind of messing me up. We're just going to vibe back here and then hope that we don't get killed by anyone like Mr. Joe down here who's going to drive up and shoot me. Let's hope he doesn't. And if we need to, we'll drive into the river because we are amphibious. We'll just go floating down the river like a canal boat. And then no one will bother us, maybe. I'd say that'll almost certainly get dodged, and it did. Well, that shot was a complete waste, sadly. I'm gonna guess the other guy got shot down as well. Yeah, the Shahat got shot down by the ZSU, who got both of them. Damn. You're working double duty already. You got double kill straight out of the rip. Oh, I was going to say, am I being stupid? I'm almost certainly dead, I think. But no, I can't pull that up quick enough. That's a shame. It was worth a sort of half-hearted attempt to try and land one, though. Yeah, this is not really taken off quite like I was hoping for in this match so far. We've also been absolutely pummeled in the middle, so I'm kind of hoping someone's going to get on the cap or something and extend the game, because otherwise this is going to be a bit of a depressing 200% booster. Also, one of the other things that I'm kind of struggling to get used to a little bit, and it's not even just because the vehicle's sort of stats or anything, this thing's like actual missile battery and that turns really slowly versus what I'm used to with the other with the Stormer AD is it just instant. It's got turret, so it can just whip it around really quick. But with this thing, it's really slow sometimes, so you got to try and kind of be super prepared for people coming in to fight you. Otherwise, it is just a bit of a pain. Like here with this Stormer, it kind of works, but hitting this guy is going to be a pain because of how fast the missiles are. Say that, and then I kill a guy. Saying earlier about how it's like you can't. It's really hard to like kill aircraft other than helicopters with this thing. And then the first shot I fire with it of the day, I kill a plane. Sounds about right, doesn't it? Good job I can repair in this thing. Otherwise, this guy would be screwed. We only just got repair anyway, so yeah. It is what it is. Oh, I was about to take that bomber. Never mind. Hey, we may be able to kill a light tank if we get rushed. That'd be nice. I guess we're going to attempt to shoot down this jet whenever they spawn in, which is going to be probably a bit of a pain, but we'll try. Or not, because he just flew straight into it. Okay. Why are these people being like... They're behaving nicely today? When I played this thing the other day, no one came anywhere near me. Or if they did, it was like they flew... That killed me? Are you serious? Okay. But like, they didn't even like... give me a chance to kill them. It was just constantly... People were either way too close and I couldn't do anything about them, or they just instantly dodged, and because of how fast the missile is, it was really hard to get it back on track. So yeah, it's weird that we've got 2 already in the Stormer HVM. That's unusual. If it was helicopters, we'd have got a shitload, but wouldn't be War Thunder if it didn't try and prove you wrong instantly. And that is true, Bol. Welcome in, man. It's good to see you. I hope you're well today, within reason, of course. I know it is you, Bol. I know what you're like when I ask you that question. I hope you're doing all right. Having a decent one at least, you know. Oh hi. We'll wait for the end of this game. I just want to see how much XP we get. We're easing myself into it. It is me, so shan't complain. But hope you're well. Well, you know how it is. It's hard to be particularly positive about things right now, you know? As you know, so yeah, it's a bit of a bugger, innit? Hey, thank you to everyone over on YouTube and dropped a like as well. Might have been you, Bowl, I'm not sure. We're at 7 already, which means we've beaten last stream and about the last 4 streams already, and we've done 28 minutes. So there you go. That's huge. So thank you for that. This with a booster, not brilliant, to be honest. That was pretty rough. Was hoping we'd have got some extra, but you know. We did get the upgrade on the OSA to be able to repair ourselves, which I guess is good, and I suppose we'll unlock FPE, and then we'll go back to horizontal drive or something. That should help a lot, getting the slewing speed up, actually, in fairness. And then this thing is still 2,000 XP away. Oh. Slap on double 150s, and then we got a 10% booster for the rest of the day. Now I do them pre-stream. Oh, it's you. It's you who does them before the stream. Ah. See, because I know there's someone who does it. Because usually when I go to load it up, there's almost always one like on it. Most of the time. Not always, though. But a lot of the time there is a like already on the stream. So that's you then. That's interesting. There was one recently where someone came in and pre-liked the stream, and then they turned out to be an 11-year-old child, so I banned them. So yeah, that was fun. They even came into chat like 20 minutes before the stream started or something, I think it was. Oh. If this was Aral C with not Heat FS rounds, I'd be really happy. But because this is Aral C with Heat FS rounds, I'm sad. Because I don't think this is going to go particularly well. Maybe I'm wrong. I'd be more than happy to be wrong and find out that actually this is going to be great. But you'd think the 18 plus would stand out a bit, but hey. Someone came in the other day, Bolt, like... Someone who'd been in the YouTube stream for a while came in the other day because this is an example of when this went right, and actually I respect the person who did this. They came in and they said I hadn't put it in the channel the title on YouTube, and someone came in and they said, oh hey, I've been here before, is the stream still 18 plus? And I was like, oh yeah, it is. And they were like, oh okay, well I'll leave then because I'm not. I was like, yeah, fair play, thanks for, you know, respecting the rules. And then someone else came in, I think maybe, I don't know, maybe it was this a couple of streams later, and they just went, why does it say 18 plus in the title? What does that mean? And I just said, if you have to ask that question, that probably says all I need to know. And they left, and it's just like, brother, why does it say 18? What does 18 plus mean? I don't understand. So yeah, I just found that rather comical, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know. I'm just when it comes to like people doing dumb shit these days, I just have no. Oh, lovely. I have no interest anymore. I just genuinely just couldn't give a fuck anymore about like certain things. I'm actually gonna respawn in this thing again as well. But like there's certain things now that I just laugh at, and I'm just like, that's just so fucking stupid. But you know, like that marbles thing, or like I was talking about you yesterday about the Outer Worlds thing, you know. Is it a good game? Should I play it? I want to know if I've wasted my money. Well, you've already bought the game, so why don't you play it for yourself and figure out if you like it? They're asking me, like, what? Oh, it's just like, watch the VODs if you want to find out. And they're like, well, I don't want spoilers. And it's like, well, play the fucking game then. Like, what? What's the logic here? Stuff like that, I'm just like, all the marbles thing about, I just enjoy watching, I don't enjoy playing. And it's like, and that's kind of the point of marbles. But oh well, that's why we don't have marbles anymore. Almost like people don't realize sometimes with things like this that like if you don't support the thing, it isn't going to keep going. You know? Like for all of the people that used to bang about marbles all the time and then were sad that it's gone, it's like, but it went because no one played and no one supported marbles. So, I don't know. People's logic on the internet is very weird and backwards a lot of the time. And I not only did not understand it anymore, but oh, fuck yourself, you... Oh, Jesus Christ. I hate players like this ZTZ96. He's gone to his little spot. He's not even, like, anywhere near the thing here. And he's just going to sit there the entire game. He's going to sit in that one little position, hidden hull down behind that piece of shit bump that he's behind for the next like 20 years. He's not going to leave that spot. Give that helicopter a good see into. I hate players like that, man. I just don't get people. Me neither, man. I don't get people. I don't understand people, and I don't understand, like... I just find it funny, really, that maybe this is just because people are all fragile these days and no one can take any form of criticism or anything whatsoever. But I find it funny that people would villainize people like me that see dumb shit like that and then just go, I just don't want to deal with it anymore. Like, there are people who would find me, who would say, oh, that's just a dick move because I don't want to deal with people saying stupid shit that makes me want to smash my head into a wall anymore. You know? Like, I don't really feel the need to be nice to someone if they come in and go, what does it mean is 18 plus in the title? What do you fucking think it means? You figure it out. You're supposed to be an adult. You should be smart enough to figure that out, buddy. You know? If you ain't an adult and you're trying to ask me why it says that, not only am I just more confused than anything, because a child even understands that. It's like a child looking at a video game and going, why does it say 18 plus on it? You know why it says 18 plus on it, so you don't need to ask, do you? Whether or not you agree with it is a different story, but you don't need to ask me why it's there. You know, and it's like, I don't know. I think my general consensus on the internet these days is I'm just done being nice to people that I just can't be fucked with anymore. You know? Like, I used to kind of, like, tame it a bit where someone would do something I didn't like or I found annoying and I'd just be like, well, I'll just put it off for whatever reason. I don't care anymore. I really don't care. If someone says something really fucking stupid, I'm just gonna say that's really stupid now. Like, I'm uninterested in being nice for the sake of being nice now. You know? It's like I've got too much going on in my life to be some fucking, you know, to just do mental gymnastics every time I read something to try and not call someone the stupidest fucker I've ever met when I see some ridiculously dumb statement somewhere, you know? It's just like, I don't care anymore. Like, if people don't like that, then, you know, fine. I'm not really that bothered. You know? If people decide they don't like me anymore because of that, then, like, maybe you should have chosen the right people to like in the first place, you know? If you're a poor judge of character, I don't know. And that guy's immune. Nice. Potato. Thanks, random stranger. That's a nice, insightful thought for us all to have now. Potato. I'll think about this greatly for the next several hours. That was going well until that fucking helicopter was immune and then tanked a shot from me. Because that's fun, right? I mean, I get he'd literally just spawned, but, like, a little bit bullshit that a helicopter can just be immune. Because he's obviously going to kill people. He's got like lock-on seeking missiles. That's a little bit bullshitty if you ask me. How's it going? That's an interesting question. Not too bad, I would say, I guess. The first couple of games we've played have been okay. So, not the worst, I would say. It's going reasonable. Can we say that? Going reasonably. Is this a new playlist? No. It's actually the same old playlist. I just added some extra bits in on the queue today because they were just in my liked old songs playlist, and I was like, screw it, I'll throw them in. The Green Hill Zone, and then the Mass Effect one, which I'm not sure if you caught. Bowl for Vigil. I had Mass Effect music on. Yeah. So nothing new, I just added some extra. I didn't even add them to the playlist, I just put them in the queue. So I sometimes do that. I've been trying the lo-fi playlist for this game again recently, because I don't know, I just the more hype playlist that I have is a little too short sometimes. It just ends up repeating stuff. Yeah. How you doing though, random stranger? You asked me how I'm doing. How are you doing? Nothing? Really? Nothing coming across here. Nobody going for A. Well, other than these people over here who are hidden from me. That's very unusual. Well, that's a bit... Who the hell just shot me there? Oh, it must be that BMP, innit? Gotta be that BMP. Okay. Actually, I was about to move, but I feel like now might be the time to stay with this T-72 pushing up on the left. It actually might be the time to stay here. Issue that this thing's got, though, is the armor on this TTD is just not good. Like, I don't think I've really bounced a shot in it yet. It just eats everything. That's a nice little kill, we'll take that. But it just eats everything and just dies. That Beglight's a bit concerning. Also, T-72's dived into the bowl, which is a problem. There is two... there's one now. There was two allies over here. This is probably going to get me killed, but I'm going to do it. Ouch. That was mean, wasn't it? Well, at least it bounced. That was me talking about not bouncing any shots, and then someone fires at me and it doesn't do any damage. I'm a little concerned about this T-72, though, because... Well, it's a T-72. He's probably just going to roll around the corner and eat the heat, but we'll see what happens. Oh, it's Joe again from that other game earlier. Joe Han. Not the first time I've run into him today. Although, I don't think he can fire, surely. His barrel's broken and all that. No kill. I assume it's one of his front crew that's alive then. Okay, that was way too far to the right, so I guess we'll fire there instead. And that was too high. I want to shoot myself. Fucking hell. This is miserable. God, this is fucking painful. Well, at least he's dead, right? Ha 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 ha. I was a bit lucky. Thought I was about to die. I was about to say, just like me, and I thought I was going to get shot by that T-72. Turns out it didn't happen. Got the Skyrim lo-fi on as well in this playlist. I threw that in bowl. Thought I'd throw in the Skyrim. Oh, that was a horrible shot. I think there's something about it as well. It's like, I lose my confidence when I play with Heat FS, because I just know it's a bad shell. Or like that I never really do a lot with it, so I just lose a bit of confidence. I mean, my in-game confidence is not great at the minute anyway, I will say. My general gameplay confidence is pretty low as of late. Thing is, if I look at the beg light, I better get smacked by the AMX. No, or a T64. Fun, fun, fun. Somehow I don't think the BMP3 is going to stop whoever this is from YOLO my ass. So, we dead, I think. Oh, here we go. Right as I'm about to move again so I can get my gun down. Nope. Yeah, get him, BMP. Get him. You didn't get him. Damn. The planes game as well, so I guess we'll jump in the OSA. The only good thing I can say here is at least the friendly team who did go to this side actually pushed through, because the amount of times when I see people go do that and then they just die and just sort of shit themselves and go nowhere when they get to that side of the map, it's very common. So it's nice that they actually pushed up and did something rather than just doing the traditional method of nothing that most people end up doing. I kind of want to kill that drone over there as well, but I just know that I'm not really going to get much of a chance. Seems to be flying a bit low, I think. I don't think I'm going to snipe it. This makes me very sad. Oh, maybe. Hang on. He's not straightening up at all. I'll have that. Yeah, the thing I've noticed is actually killing drones is quite lucrative for the oh, nice. For an SPAA. Like, you actually get a decent amount of XP from doing it. Arguably the same, if not more, than you get for killing a plane or a helicopter. So in some cases, it's actually beneficial just to shoot the drones when you see them, even though it seems like a waste of a missile, because you actually get a decent amount of XP from them. Only issue now is that we're kind of stuck over here, and all of our friendlies are over there minus this one bloke in the 775, and there's a number of people coming after me, but we do have map control and their spawn's locked out, so anyone's going to be on this side now, and they may ignore me. Maybe it's not a guarantee, but they might. I might kind of get a little ignored just because they're going to be concerned about all of the people incoming from the other side. So I might just kind of try and scuttle away if I can. Not that you can do much scuttling in a vehicle the size of a battleship, but we're going to try and sneak away while we have the chance. That T-64 is going to be like, well, I'm going to go get that OSA. He's going to be there in the spawn. Little does he know, I buggered off miles before he gets near me. This fella's not even getting anywhere near me. Look at that. Slick. I think the most disappointing... I heard it in the background. It's a classic. Oh, okay. I think the most disappointing part of the TTD is it doesn't look as weird as the other SA vehicles. True. No, it doesn't, yeah. This thing looks weird, though, doesn't it? This is a weird one. This is our first ever... This is actually a new nation, technically, that we're playing now. This is our first ever Indian vehicle we're playing right now. Or at least this is the variant of it here. This particular one is the Indian variant of it. I think there is another one in the game for... I want to say it's for, like, the German tech tree or something. I don't know. I can't remember which one it's on. But there is another variant of it and another tech tree somewhere. But this thing is the size of a boat. And then the Stormer HVM, it looks kind of cool, but it doesn't live up to its effectiveness in its actual battle prowess, sadly. I mean, not a terrible game. We also did unlock the M111s, which is a triumph in itself, because now we can actually kill things, or at least that's what I'm going to tell myself. And FPE in the Stormer, so yay, I guess. I suppose we'll also take a horizontal drive here and start working on rank 1. Okay then. Full swap. I don't want any heat in that thing. Run it with full actual useful ammo, and then maybe we can do something. Not a bad map to get as well for something like this type of vehicle. Although I will say, recently I've preferred the other side of the map. So I always seem to get this though, where I get kind of the wrong side of the map for the type I like. But you know, it is what it is. I feel like it's going to be a brutal day today. Glad to have you here, Bol. I appreciate you having a chat with me, my dude. Reminds me of a platypus. Yeah, it is. I was trying to put my finger on what I thought it looked like as well, but now you say it, actually. Yeah, that's exactly what it looks like. Very platypus-like. All these people getting absolutely rinsed at the start. Maybe I'll be one of them in a minute. Okay, I am not peeking that quite like I was thinking I was going to. No, thank you. If I want to die, maybe I will. But I don't. Thinking, oh, nice and casual. I'll drive up there. They'll all be looking at these people. It'll be easy. No, it was not. What the fuck? I like Nama 30 shot. That was wild. Okay, I peeked for half a second and then Mr. Russia comes over. Well, I say comes over, sits back in his spawn and then kills me. I didn't see what it was. Was it helicopters or... Alright, let's go for the safe bet and let's pick the OSA, I guess. Nice. Oh, it is helicopters. The Stormer would be good here. Spawn, instantly get hit by the thing. Meanwhile, earlier on, can't kill a helicopter because they get immunity in the air. Questionable. Yo, let's squad up soon. I've got a few tips I think you'll find useful. Hit me up on Discord. Thanks, but no thanks. Lekan232 or 234. I appreciate the offer, I guess, but I'm not interested. Thanks. Assuming you are a real person, which I'm going to guess you are, I will just say, just for the sake of it for the future, that message comes off as very bot-like. So if you are actually a real person, you just wrote that out. Be careful about that, because I could see people just reading that and outright banning you. That very much reads like a bot message. And if it is a bot message, then it turns out I'm right. So, there you go. It's a win-win either way, right? I ain't beating the Strela. Oh, nice. Don't beat the Strela, instantly decked by another helicopter. Lovely. Brand new account too? Oh, that's 100% a bot then. Created 1 hour ago. Following since 1 minute ago. Didn't get a notification though. Well, thanks for the follow though, I guess. Even though you're almost certainly a bot. I'll take it, I suppose. That's one closer to our next goal. Oh, thanks. Good job there, Bol. Your investigative skills working well there. As you looked into that before I did. I don't think we have any mods, so like you're the next best thing I've got today. Oh, fuck off, man. I'm in my fucking spawn. I died to a ram seagull. Boring ass game. That was terrible, that match. Drove up, got one-shotted on the ridge. Spawned in the OSA, got blown up by a helicopter, and then got immediately killed in my spawn in the Stormer as well. What a fun match. I don't really know how they would do it. Like, it's not one of those things that I'm gonna, like, go, ooh, what about this and what about that? Of how we can do things. But the spawning in this game, like, there's something about it just is kind of fucked. I'm seeing. It's incredibly frustrating to just die in the spawn like that. Hey, old Bol. Speaking of goals, though, thank you very much for the 17 months, my dude. I really appreciate that. That's very kind of you. 17 months is a long old time, and as I always say in these scenarios these days, I'm surprised people sub for 1 month, let alone 17 or however long, you know, it'll end up being in the end. by the time you've decided to pack it in, or I've, you know, given up the ghost. It's wild to me that people sub to the channel, and I appreciate it very much. So thank you, my dude. I appreciate that a huge amount. Goes a long way towards helping to support and keep things going, you know? Oh my fucking god. That was nice. Nice gun depression moment there. As we went way too far. A bounce. Okay. 332 pen or something. 338, whatever it was, and we bounced. That annoys me a little. Not gonna lie. Can't really play off this ridge either. You'll quit before I do, you reckon? It probably is the case these days, to be fair, with some of you guys. It probably will be. Probably will be the scenario that plays out, honestly. I'll be gone before you will. You guys are too committed. Oh. Well, I'll take that. Free kill. I appreciate that though, Paul. I'm glad that I've got some people like you around to explore what's left of the journey with me, because you know it's been a good run, and I've met some great people along the way, and you're one of them. So I appreciate you, you know, being around for the long haul very much. What do I do now? I will say though, Bo, it actually doesn't increase the goal, funnily enough, because the goal as it is, I think, is set to new subs. So I actually don't think it. I don't want to spoil your moment. I actually don't think it does increase the goal. It's still incredibly good though, so thank you very much for it. Oh, that was the guy from the last game. Didn't notice that? No, I look a fool. No, don't worry. We'll just edit this bit out, you know? We'll just take this part out in the edit. No one will know any different. Oh, wow, Bo, thank you for contributing to the goal. That's crazy. Thanks for increasing it by 1. They won't know any different. No one will know, Bo. They won't notice. But no, I appreciate that, man. Maybe we'll make it to the goal by the end of the month. Maybe we won't. I don't know. I never really try and have expectations with the goals. I mean, I'd always like to, you know, complete a goal for the month, but at the end of the day, I never expect it. And because it's new subs and stuff as well, it's like it relies on people, you know, who don't previously do it to subscribe and things like that, or people to drop primes and things. So, you know, it's a big thing for people to sub these days to new channels and things. So I don't anticipate that we ever make the subs goal. The bits goal's more attainable, but you know, it is what it is. As I say, I don't really have expectations when it comes to the goals, or I try not to. If we get them, we get them. And I'm very glad that we do. If we don't, we don't. And, you know. Yeah. I'm being the fun police a little bit in this game, but some of that is also because I'm kind of trapped by that, Object 292. Like, I kind of can't really go anywhere because he's got me locked down. If I drive over there, he shoots me in the side. If I drive backwards, he shoots me. If I drive over that side, he shoots me. So I am kind of stuck here. So as much as I don't really want to be stuck just in this one spot, I'd have loved to have moved up by now, because I don't really like sitting in the same position for 20 minutes. We are just kind of stuck here until he dies, or I, you know, dig him out somehow. Might be worth having a go at this fella though in the T-72 if it's a risk, but okay, well that's an okay outcome, because at least it's going to help those guys kill that guy. That's kind of nice. Too low. This is so frustrating. I can't get the shot I want on this guy. He's so annoying in his position. I'm like nearly there, but not quite. Just got rammed. The rat camp just rammed right into him, just shoved him like 5 feet. That was great. I don't think they've killed him yet, though. I think the guy's actually still alive. He's just disappeared on the map because of the smoking off. Oh, fucking hell, this fella. Do you know what? I'm going to go now. He's fired. I'm moving forwards. Get out of the bloody bowl, finally. There we go. No, he is still alive, that guy. There he is. Danny Cheems over there. I'd love to go and... there you go. Someone else is going. I was going to say I'd love to go and get the kill on him, but... Oh, is this guy about to help me repair as well? Or is he just going to park agonizingly close while also not repairing me? Oh, he's going to give me a whole 1 second of extra repair. Wow, helpful. I always find it funny that it lets you do that. It's like, what's the point of letting someone help repair for 1 second? Like, whoa, that made a difference. No, and the 292 got him as well. Oh. I need to kill this 292 now. From where? He was... Okay. So that guy... The guy who just killed me was sat behind this guy here in plain view. Yet apparently we didn't spot him until after he'd killed me. Interesting. Hey, the amount of explosive in this thing and its blast radius is actually really high in the Osa. Like, it kind of, if it hits something, it generally tends to like obliterate it. So it kind of works well with some of these planes where you've just got to kind of get a little glancing blow that with some of the smaller missiles it'd just kind of be a piddly little, oh, it did a hit. This thing will like blow something's wing off just by going near it. It's great. So speaking of, let's try and blow a wing off this Jaguar, shall we? Or not, because that's the same as the other Osa went for. Nice. I'm going to die now. Oh my god, we lived. They've hit my battleship. It's like playing a game of battleships, actually. We're lobbing shots down on me head. My favorite part about this, and I was saying this last stream, is that because it's a Indian crew and I have the national crew voices on, I'm not sure exactly which language they're speaking, because I know in that part of the world there's a couple of different languages, because they have sort of regional languages as well, don't they? I think in India. So I don't know which language they're actually speaking, but it's just kind of, it's that hilarious thing you get in foreign languages where they speak their own native tongue and they say all their normal native words that you can't understand. And then all of a sudden, they'll just say a word in English because there's no translation. It's really weird, you know? Like, there was one the other day, I can't remember what it was, that they kept saying, and we'll probably hear it at some point today. This fucker's about to kill me as well. But they kept saying a word in English and it was just funny, you know? Like, they'd say whatever it was they were saying in their language, and then they'd just say range or something, and it was just kind of comical. Are you really going to ignore me? Ignore the other guys just to try and shoot me? Come on now. Mr. 292, that is what you get, you absolute dog. Get out of here. Good shot, a puff. It does catch you off guard. What was it they were saying? I don't remember for the life of me what word it was, but they kept saying something and it just made me laugh every time I heard it, because they'd be saying, you know, because I can't understand what they're saying, so to me it just sounds like absolute madness. And then they just say like Jaguar or something and it's just like, what? Like, I was saying this before where I've had it with like sports commentary, where there's times when I've watched like when I've been watching the sport and you watch like a Wales regional match or something, and they'll be doing the like commentary for it and they'll be speaking in Welsh because it's on like Welsh terrestrial TV, and then they'll just say someone's name and it's just kind of weirdly jarring because it's like they just say it, the name isn't in Welsh, you know, so they'll be saying something that sounds like utter gibberish, then they'll just go Jones, and it's just like, What? Stevens, Jones, and then you're just like, what is he on about? You don't know, you have no idea what he's talking about the rest of the time, and then you'll just come out and say like someone's name in English or whatever. It's just like, I have no idea what he's talking about, but I understood that word. Right, BRB's crept up on us, so that's where we're going. So I'm going to go for a BRB. Thanks for hanging out and being here, everybody, so far. I'm going to go do that real quick, and then we'll carry on. So, back in a few, okay? Remember to go like the YouTube stream in the BRB as well. Keep that in mind. And we're back. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. And by that I mean Bowl, but I welcome you back, Bowl. We're having a nice chat. Oh, and two. Well, actually, maybe welcome back. I don't know. You might have just come in just after the break, but welcome back, welcome in, welcome something. I don't know. Find it best when it changes their whole accent. Yeah, that's always great as well. That stuff's just gold when that happens, isn't it? It's like when I say, take charge, and I can't not say it in the voice, you know? It's kind of like the reverse of that. I just can't not. Whenever I see the words, take charge, I can't say it normally anymore. It's just wrong. Take charge. Read the standing orders. Read them and understand them. It must be someone's gun. I was like, it sounds like there's sort of like a ticking noise in the thing. It sounded like a steam train or something. That guy got absolutely ruined. Oh, that's... Oh, nice. 2 wasted shots. This is a bit awkward, this start. We've missed a couple of shots. There's a 2S3 out over there. There's a Puma and a BMD4 on the point. Who is shooting at me, which I don't like. I should have fired then. I also don't have a machine gun, so that makes things a little awkward. And he's killed my gunner. Nice. Russia, comrade. Very strong. Hope all is well with you. Well, you know how it is. I think we talked about it the other day, didn't we? Within reason, I suppose I'm doing okay. I don't know. I feel a little bit like I'm falling apart, but you know, can't really afford to do that, quite frankly. So I can't. So I have to force myself back together with duct tape and tears. I don't know. The tears of War Thunder players and duct tape and some Gorilla Glue. That helps us. So not a sponsor, but I got to point out, not a sponsor. Would I be opposed to Gorilla Glue sponsoring? I died to a fucking Puma. Are you serious? He pins my turret front. Oh, fuck off. Meanwhile, in fucking Herpicus McDurpington land over here. Shall we shoot the Puma? Oh, no, let's look at the scenery instead. What the fuck are these two clowns doing, man? 120S and a Leopard 2! And he's sat side on in front of them and they're just like... Jeez, man. What the fuck are these two clowns doing? Oh, dear. That is bad. The Puma drove side on in front of them. Jesus. I think these guys actually needed a formal written invitation to shoot that guy, in fact. That's ridiculous. Oh, yeah. A T-80 UD snipes me from the beach. Oh, this is so much fun. I'm glad you're home early, though, too. It's nice to see you, man. It's nice to have you here, and welcome again to the stream today. Appreciate you being here. Hello from Bob's Dungeon. I'm starting to get used to the chains and cuffs. The constant gun to my head is still off-putting. You know what? I can understand that. Never been in that situation myself, thankfully, but I know about Bob's methods, and oh, nice, we're dead. I'm glad that glad to have you here. May you live a long, prosperous life in Bob's Dungeon. That game would have actually lasted longer if my team had just surrendered and bent over at the start of the game. Honestly, I mean, we got folded in what, 2 minutes, 3 minutes? I've never seen a game go that fast on that map. What the fuck happened? We got absolutely destroyed. Did like no one leave the spawn or something? Is that what happened? Nobody left the spawn, maybe, and the enemies just pushed up? I guess Bob must have given up on War Thunder as well. He's gone offline. Uh-oh. I hope the games went alright, Bob. Yeah, Welcome in, slash welcome back, Lobar. You were here the other day, weren't you? I think. When I was playing Outer Worlds? I know a whole bunch of you guys came in from Bob's dungeon. He let you all out on like a little field trip to come into the stream. But yeah. So welcome in, slash welcome back. Thank you for taking the time to pop in as well. I appreciate it. It was impressive. It was impressive how bad that last game was, wasn't it? And it was equally as impressive how useless that Leopard and 120S were, who were just herpa-derping around. I don't know sometimes, man. This is what I mean. I just can't deal with, like, moronic things anymore. I'm just like, can't be arsed, man. I want to sit here and try and guess why there's some guy playing a game that's about destroying other armored vehicles who's just like, oh, it's a nice bit of scenery over there, isn't it? Oh, in those trees, nice. Like, you're supposed to shoot the enemies, my dude. Please. Please shoot the enemies. I was, yes. Yeah, I thought so. There was a lot of new faces in that. That was the most busy one of my YouTube streams has ever been. That was a momentous day, I must say. And I appreciate you guys all coming over and hanging out for a bit. And dropping those subs. I really appreciate it. You guys, amongst you guys, you got us actually very close to 200 subs, which we might even sneak by the end of the year if we're lucky. That would be cool. Well, thank you very much for that, for getting us close. Oh, that makes it easy. I was about to say, fuck's sake. Why is she just... No way did I just get shot in the back! Not again! No, are you... Where did this BMD4 come from? It's just fucking drove out the middle road. Where the fuck did he come from? He's an absolute moron as well, but like, what the fuck is happening today with these people, man? They're just YOLOing from everywhere. Someone opened the floodgates and the enemy team just came flying in. What is happening? How am I alive? What the fuck is happening in these games? I'm so confused. Genuinely, I have no idea what is going on anymore. How am I alive? Well, actually, there's an easy way of saying how, of knowing how I'm alive. It's because that BMD4 might be the silliest sausage we've ever seen. Why, when I couldn't point my gun down at him, would he go, oh yes, let me make this a fair fight by allowing him to drop his gun to shoot me? What are you doing? Oh dear. Sometimes the idiots work out for me, I guess. I think that might be the same guy just then. I think he might have just respawned in his BMD4. I can't, dude. I can't even with this game sometimes. Well, not even with this game, with the community in this game sometimes, dude. What in the actual fuck did we just witness? I think I lost brain cells watching that last fight. The fact that I survived that. Like, I'm now dumber for having witnessed that than I was 10 minutes ago. You know? Watching the scenery is my strategy in War Thunder might explain my skill. You say that. I don't know. I'm sure you're 99 miles better than these Herpicus McDurpingtons, to be fair, though. Strategic scenery watching's a valuable strat. It would be lovely if I could fire or... Oh, they're not looking at me. There's no way that these guys are unaware, surely. Okay. How do we not know that I'm here? There's 3 of them. The Galvatash is... Are you blind, all of you? What is happening in this match? Dude, what is this enemy team? Are they all just like... Have they all got the monitor switched off or something? Is that maybe... Has there been a power cut in the middle of the match? The monitor's gone black? What is happening to these enemy... I'm not complaining about it. I'll fucking take it after some of the games I've had. You know, I'll gladly fight morons. But, like, what are they doing? They're just throwing them... It's not even like, oh, well, they're literally just... Why? You're just throwing themselves in front of me. What is happening? What are these people doing? Oh, yes, let me just sit in the middle of the road and reload. Oh, yeah, that'll be fine. No problem at all. The TTD, he won't kill me. He'll be a nice chap. He won't shoot me while I can't reload, will he? 2 seconds later, boom. Oh, is this another case of a leopard with 0 eyes? No? Okay, he's dead before. Well, I think he might have been blind as well, to be fair. But... Actually, saying that these people are blind is an insult to people who actually have visual impairments. So I take back what I said. They're actually just stupid. Because that's an insult to blind people, saying that these people are blind. Genuinely. So if there are any blind people in the stream, I don't think there are, but in the community, I apologize for my remark. You're actually significantly better than these people when it comes to that department. What in the fuck was that game? He was riding that high of getting the jump on you. Apparently. I don't know what we just witnessed. I drive up. I'm dead to rights. I have a BMD4 behind me. I have a Puma in front of me. I'm dead. This is not going to go well. The BMD4 drives in front of me to let me shoot him, even though I can't point my gun down at him before, which kills him. And then the Puma, who fails to kill me while I'm looking the wrong way. I don't really know how either, considering the last game we got shot through the turret front by a Puma, but there we go. Then he gets killed by a teammate, and then the whole rest of the enemy team just proceeded to forget I existed. And or we put on a deflector screen and they weren't able to see us. Get out of here, bot. Best viewers, streamboo.com. Remove the space. Wow. Do you think anyone's actually ever fallen for that before? They actually go to streamboo.com. I don't think anyone has. Secondhand Collector is that guy's name as well, the bot. Apparently he's using secondhand shitty links as well, so I mean the name is fitting, but... Actually, I feel like that guy, Secondhand Collector here, the bot who's just come in on YouTube, actually would have done a better job than the enemy team in that last game. We went from that previous game on Normandy, where my team did nothing. It was absolutely pathetic. And then we flipped to the opposite, where the enemy team just did an impression of our team on Normandy, is what just happened. They're like, oh, we can do better than that. We can be worse than those people were. And then they just had the worst game ever as well. I'm genuinely in disbelief about what we just witnessed in the last 2 games. The second last game was bad enough. That one was terrible. What the fuck were they doing? It was definitely something. It was. Thank you for the hydrate as well, Bo. Surely someone has to be clicking on them. They've been doing these bot strats for years. I mean, I would guess so, because why would you do it? But otherwise, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, everybody knows viewbotting has been a problem on Twitch, right? No one's silly enough to dispute that and say bots aren't a thing, because everybody knows that viewbotting's a thing, right? It's been a thing for years. And this is the thing as well. Twitch changed their stuff recently. You know, they do all these big changes that everyone was saying killed lurking and all this stuff. Which they actually did put a big... Twitch put a big thing out about this the other day. They did a big interview about it, where they had, like, the guy who spearheaded the project, I think it was. And essentially they confirmed that there's been literally 0 changes to anything to do with lurking. It's just the same, like, algorithm, essentially, that there always has been, which is if you're in what Twitch deems too many tabs at the same time, to the point where you can't be actually paying attention to that many streams, you'll be classified effectively like a bot, because you aren't actually watching. But other than that, that's been the same thing for years, and it hasn't changed. So yeah. All it really does is just confirm what I've been saying and what Twitch has previously said for years, which is that if you watch too many tabs at the same time, you don't count for people. And people disputed that for a long time, even though it's been evidenced by Twitch themselves saying it, but, you know. It is the case if you watch too many streams at the same time that you will not count for people's viewer counts, which a lot of people very much, you know, hang their hat on. And when it comes to sponsors and stuff like that, it's a big deal for a lot of people. So, you know, something to consider. They also did say there was apparently a big influx in people using this browser extension thing, where it will like auto open people's streams in like certain like flagged streams. And yeah, it creates like an it auto opens a tab apparently when they go live, which is supposedly part of the problem with this as well, is a lot of people have started using that, and of course it means that people have just got loads of dead tabs open, and so more people are getting counted as like, you know, unengaged viewers. So it's also an interesting part of this. Yeah, view botting's been a problem for years, and my original point I was going to make is that they haven't actually fixed view botting with the problem that they've done here, because people are still doing it. This is the thing. View botting is still a thing, and people are still doing it. Are they doing it as much as they were? No, I don't think they are. I think the numbers have come down. But have they fixed view botting? No. It still happens, and people are still doing it. And to some degree, and I've actually always said this, when it comes to view botting, do I agree with it? Absolutely not. I do not. I don't, you know, I don't agree with it, and I don't think that people who do it, you know, some of it I think is done poorly from like bad intentions. I don't think anyone's like specifically going out just to kind of like cheat the system and stuff. I think what a lot of it is that people rely on opportunities which they aren't really given via Twitch themselves, via their exposure system. And for people to get the exposure that they require in order to grow, many of them rely on view botting to put themselves at the top of categories so that they can actually be seen. Which kind of just shows more that there's a larger problem with Twitch than there is with anything else when it comes to its discoverability. Now, what the fix to that is, I don't know. There's people smarter than me that will figure that out, but I kind of like, to some degree, I don't blame people who do it, at least to some part, because like I can understand why people might want to do it, but at the same time I disagree with the actual idea of doing it, because, you know, at the same time, I guess while it may benefit someone who does it, it also cheats other people out of ever getting discoverability, because people are just view botting and then being found out from that way, versus the other people who are doing everything legitimately then get pushed and suppressed further down the list. So it's kind of a vicious circle, right? Can't imagine the person who sees this and thinks, yeah, that sounds like a good idea. I think the type of people who think that bowl are the people who were in our last match, honestly. Hello, buddy. I can't shoot, so you're not really that... You shouldn't be that worried about me. No, and he's just going to go sit around the corner again. I'm amazed. I was about to say, I'm amazed we haven't blown up yet from the fire. That guy, this guy down here, did such a poor job of killing me. He had to eventually knock me out with a artillery strike. He could have so easily killed me. Oh, what he was really doing there. That was an interesting one. Oh, just a little dink on the nose there. Let him know that we're here. Look at him go. Well, that was fun for his pilot. Wow. I say that. He was probably dead when we hit him with a giant missile, but still. You know. I like to think that he survived till the end, that fella. And he sat there now thinking, bollocks, I've crashed. In what universe does that not do any damage? What? Did that not explode right on the top of his... I don't know about that one. I know we got bullshit a little bit on that shot. I'm gonna, you know, not gonna lie. But... They still haven't said that word, whatever it is that I remembered from last time, because I know I'd like pick up on it. Thanks, Turkish Hero, for the repair, by the way. Appreciate it. I'm sure you're gonna go off and do great things in this lobby. That's sarcasm, by the way. You couldn't figure that out. Oh, my radar's been knocked out as well. Hang on. Get the old dish back up. I fucking hate these controls. I need to change my keybinds on the radar because it's actually really annoying. Okay, that still hit me from 2 kilometers or whatever. Oh well. Well, at least we get to use the Stormer now, right? I'm sure we'll hit all of those jets with this thing. I don't even want to shoot at this sodding drone. I tried shooting at a drone last time with this thing, and it was like damn near impossible. Because the fucking Stormer shot is just too fast. So, like, shooting a drone is just borderline impossible. I mean, hitting a... I don't know how I'm getting all these jets today. Well, I guess they're all just flying in straight lines, but... Because hitting a jet is bad enough, let alone trying to shoot a bloody drone down. A bit of a game, though, yeah? Not bad. We're having a fun time. Oh, my God. Ever since that game where I had my moment where I was dealing with those absolute mugs. You know. We're now kind of in a spot where things are going a little better. I one had a chance to hit, but it's gone past now. Aww. Well, nothing else is really happening, so I may as well just take the chance to bomb, right? Like, I don't think I'm really going to get too many more kills with the Stormer here against aircraft, so... It looks cool, this thing, but it just doesn't functionally work quite as well as you'd like it to. Now, I've heard... Because I looked it up the other day, I wanted to see if there was something I was doing wrong, or if it's like there was, you know, like a big... Oh, we're dead. Okay. If there was like a, you know, maybe there's some like mechanic thing I was doing wrong. I saw that apparently this thing used to be considered quite a good SPAA. Not like insane, but it used to be apparently pretty good. And then it just, with some changes a few years ago, it just got kind of nerfed over and over. To the point where it just became sort of really not very good. So yeah. Well, that must be the enemy jet. He just hasn't spawned into the actual plane yet, or died. No, there we go. Sneaky. That's where it's hard. When they get really, like, decently close, within, like, 1 or 2 kilometers, it just gets really hard to actually snipe them. Although we do have the benefit of actually being able to kill ground vehicles with this thing. I think we have 30 pen or something. So we can kill light tanks with this, these missiles, these Star Streaks. The name's too cool as well. And I mean, Star Streak sounds like a... I mean, it sounds like a transformer, let alone a missile. It just sounds cool, doesn't it? Star Streak missiles. And then they're just not that great against planes. Oh. Not a bad game there, that one. That was fairly, fairly alright, if you ask me. Can't complain much about that one. Notification from Twitch. Make your favorite streamer's day with 35% gift subs, off gift subs of bundles of 5 or more until December 1st. Well, there you go. If anyone's desperate to gift subs, apparently you get a discount right now. So there you go. Go do it if you want to people. Don't do it here. I mean, you can if you want to, but you know what I mean. There you go. I don't know why they're suddenly running a promotion for gift subs now, but there we go. And thank you for the 9 likes on the YouTube today as well. That is kind of nutty for less than an hour and a half into stream. In the last 3 or 4 streams, we've gotten 6 likes, and it's been the entire stream's duration. So the fact that we're already beating that by 3 is pretty good. Such a random time for it. Oh, well, I guess it kind of makes sense right now I think about it, because it is Black Friday in 2 days. Right, so I guess maybe they're doing like a... But they haven't advertised it as that. You'd have thought they'd have been like, it's Black Friday, so we're going to give you guys a discount on subs. They've just kind of gone, yeah, there's a sub discount, innit? I guess maybe because it's Black Friday. But it's also kind of weird because they've done this... I don't know if anyone else got an email about this today as well, but they sent a thing out today saying that they're giving out free trials of Turbo for 30 days or something. Or it's like maybe I think it's like they're giving out a free trial, and then I think you get like 30 days for free if you pay for like an extra month or something. And it's like, so you're giving out Twitch Turbo that you're trying to promote, which is ad-free viewing across every stream on Twitch. And then you're also alongside that running a promotion for gift subs, which gives people ad-free viewing on Twitch. Explain to me exactly how that one works, Twitch. It doesn't really make much logical sense to me. Because most people who have Turbo probably don't subscribe, and most people who subscribe probably don't get Turbo. So, like, where's the logic there? Like, who's the demographic that they're going for here with this, you know? Because, like... it's sort of one or the other, not both. That being said, memeing on them slightly, it is a good thing. Fair play, they're actually giving out a discount on gift subs. I'm not going to complain about that. I think that's a good thing. He's just waiting for me to fire. No, he's just going to peek up and kill me, probably. Oh, he missed. Or fucked up his shot, anyway. Well, I'm not firing at him again. At least until he peeks more. When he gives me a better shot, I'll have a go at him. Panzer 2000 is driving up on him as well. I mean, this Panzer 2000 might shit himself in a minute. Oh, Panzer 2000. Panzer 70 even. Might shit himself when I sort of drive up on him. Oh, he just hit the 2000. Who actually seems to be unaware of the fact he's there, which is hilarious. It sounded good, but it's 5 minimum, so I'm good. Yeah, it kind of forces... it probably forces people to spend more than they wanted, right? By sticking it at 5. Like, I get it. But I guess from Twitch's perspective, they're like, hey, bulk discount. Oh my fucking god. None of them were spotted until then. But it's like a bulk discount, I guess. So, like, cool. But also at the same time, I think with the time of year that it is, coming up to Christmas, not that many people have got that much disposable income left. Or at least that they're probably going to spend on Twitch. Unless I'm just way off on that, but I feel like people are more likely to spend it on their families and things like that, buying gifts for people and buying food for Christmas, rather than their first thought being, let's go and gift some subs. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't know. I'm sure in some communities that's first people's priorities, because you know what people are like. I'm sure that, like, the second they get paid, they're like, right, let's take out my half of my paycheck this month to give to my streamers. And then they figure out whatever else they got left, because unironically people do that, and it's kind of sad in a way. But also at the same time, I don't really have any sympathy for those people because they do it to themselves. So, ha 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 ha. But, yeah, I don't know. Has this got, like, double axles? Has this got an axle at the back that turns the... oh, no, it does. Oh, it does. Slightly turns the wheels at the back. That's kind of cool, isn't it? Yeah. an interesting thing. That must be the fuel filler cap as well at the back. And the old platypus. With its big old chin. But yeah, and I know what you mean though, Bob. Like, locking it into 5 subs or more is kind of a little bit... I feel like it alienates certain people from doing it, because, you know, not everybody likes gifting in chunks of 5. And then to some degree, I guess, some people won't benefit from it at all, because not all that many people, you know, some people don't get huge amounts of gift subs. So, having it be 5 minimum, like... you know, in smaller communities and stuff, you probably get more people that are going to give 1 or 2 subs rather than 5. And, you know, it kind of alienates them from the discount a little bit, which is a shame. But, you know. That being said, though, I feel like Twitch's attitude in the last few months, particularly the stuff at TwitchCon that they were talking about, kind of showed that they don't really care all that much about streamers in general these days. They're more interested in getting, like, you know, big celebrities on the platform and doing these big events with people. And it being like a social site rather than a fucking streaming site, which, you know. Oh, for sure, it's going to be great for all the millionaires. It will, yeah. Oh, see, unironically, this is the thing. The millionaires will benefit from it way more than everybody else. Because, of course, the people who are doing really, really well for themselves on Twitch are already doing well for themselves and already getting gift subs. Like, you know, almost permanently. So much so that they're making the money they're making. You know, good for them, I guess, get that money. But at the same time, they're kind of just going to make even more because the discount comes in and then they just get even more people that go, oh, well, I'll gift a few, you know? And I've said this before and I stand by this and I think this is genuinely the case. When it comes to whether people are going to, like, gift or do anything like that, the big streamers always get prioritized in the sense that people are like, well, I've known X person for 10 years since they've been a streamer and I've always watched them, so I'll gift them 100 subs. And then if I have anything left afterwards, maybe I'll give some to somebody else. You know, so it kind of like works down the pipeline where generally when you get to the level of people that are in like my bracket of like the small streamers of the world, people have already done all their gifting for everybody else, and you know, people like me don't benefit from it in the same way that, like, as you say, the big people do. I'm sure all the big people doing subathons right now are fucking laughing, man. They're probably about to extend their timers by about 3 decades. So, good for them, I guess. Not that I agree with subathons or anything, but still. I'm never going to be mad about people on the internet making money, because, I mean, at the end of the day, right, it's something that allows people to do a lot of stuff. It provides a lot of entertainment for people, and if people end up making money from it and doing well for themselves, then good for them, you know? Fair play. Do I wish that the opportunities were better for everybody rather than just big people? Yeah. I was talking about this the other day, actually, with something else where, was it Spartacus was telling me about something? About a game that had come out and that they'd used, like, voices of people, like streamers and people from, like, YouTube and stuff. And I said, oh, that's a cool idea. And then I asked who it was. Because I said, is it just going to be like the same old, nothing against them, but the same old people that just do this for every one of these projects? Or is it actually sort of different people? And it was just like, oh, it's Jacksepticeye and people like that. And it's like, great, they've done really well for themselves. But one day it'd be really nice if some of the other people on the internet got a chance to do projects like that as well, or people offered it to them. Because again, like, nothing against those people. They've done very well for themselves and fair play to them. But, like, it would be nice if small people got not small people, but, like, smaller people got chances and things like that as well, you know? Where people who are talented voice actors and people like that were given a chance because they were on YouTube and they didn't have a lot of exposure. Because it's like, to some degree, I'm a bit sick of just seeing the same old shit every time, you know? It's like the same old people every single time. And I said that, when you look at the internet, both on YouTube and on Twitch, it feels like there hasn't been like a big shake-up of new talent all that much for a while. People are still talking about the same streamers and the same people on YouTube that have been there for 10 years, you know? And it's unusual because in most industries and things like that, you'd expect that. Think about the music industry. There's so many people that became immensely popular in the music industry, and then a year or two later, they've forgotten about, and someone else has come in and taken the spotlight. When it comes to like YouTube and Twitch, it's very much stagnant a lot of the time, and there isn't that many people that come in and kind of take the mantle of the top people. And it's just, I don't know, it just feels very like, feels a bit stagnant a lot of the time, you know, because you just don't really see a lot of like diversity in it anymore. It's just the same old. And again, nothing against those people. I think a lot of them are great. I think one of the people who was involved in the project was Moist Critical. I watch a lot of his stuff and I think his stuff's great, and his takes on many things are pretty interesting. But it'd be nice if someone else got offered an opportunity as well, you know, rather than just people like him every time. Because every time you see one of these projects, it's always people like Moist Critical and Jacksepticeye and people like that, you know? It's like, great, but someone else... It'd be nice if to see someone else involved in projects like that every now and again. So I don't know. Hey, that was a nice kill. Star Streak HVM. We got a 5-piece technically, because we blew up 4 bombs and killed the Jaguar. That's nice. Speaking of dumb shit, Twitch just randomly gave me a sub a while back. Not like I caught a stray gift sub. Just decided she needed 100 extra subs. What? Speaking of dumb shit, Twitch just randomly gave me a sub a while back. Like I caught a stray gifted, Twitch just decided she needed 100. So someone was doing like something, or like a big streamer presumably, and they just gave you a sub to them. You were just subscribed to them even though you hadn't been gifted. That's odd. Saying about that, I've actually been in a flurry of gift subs recently. I think I've gotten a few the last like week or two. I've gotten 3 or 4. Big streamer, she wasn't even live? That's weird. Very weird. Well, you know Dan Clancy, he's probably dipping in his pocket to give out gift subs for his favorite gooning streamers. You know what he's like, dirty old man. I hate Dan Clancy, I'm not gonna lie. I fucking despise that man. I feel like ever since Dan Clancy took over with Twitch, people were optimistic, and then it just immediately the door slammed straight in everyone's face to realize just how much of a clusterfuck it was. I do genuinely think, though, it's also not just like a person at the top issue with Twitch. I think Twitch, if they actually wanted to change, like for the better and make the site great again, if you will, would have to have fairly substantial changes with like just about everybody at the top, because I think too many people in Twitch just have this same like mentality, right, of this stuff that they're going for now, of like bigger events and we need to do stuff like this. And I bring up the same thing I talked about the other week and the same thing I talked about a few months ago when we talked about it, and I remember I talked about with U-Bowl. Twitch was out here experimenting with skippable ads at one point, which I've never seen. So I've never seen them, but I know they were doing it. It was a confirmed thing that they were testing for a little bit. They were testing skippable ads. Now, just think from a community sentiment point of view, how much that would do for people to know that Twitch had skippable ads. Because what is the biggest complaint you see about Twitch from random people on the internet who aren't normal Twitch watchers? Maybe YouTube watchers, for example. Well, I would watch Twitch, but the ads are unbearable. Oh, well, the ads. Ads this, ads that, whatever about the ads. People don't like the ads on Twitch, especially, like, casual viewers. Hardcore Twitch people just kind of get over it, because that's just what happens, but it's the same with YouTube, right? But, like, when it comes to Twitch, like, you've got the people who are, like, the casual, like, Twitch noobs, basically, who don't watch the platform because, well, the ads are really intrusive and I don't like them. So they decide they're going to do skippable ads as a trial. Do they advertise that they're doing skippable ads anywhere as a trial? Nope. Do they mention it basically anywhere other than a very niche thing that nobody really saw? Nope. So we can't do that at Twitch. We can't advertise that they were trialing skippable ads for a time, which might even still be going. I don't know. but we can give everybody an email telling them that Kai Cenat is starting his next subathon. Oh, great news. Wow. And it's just like, get your fucking priorities right, Twitch. What? I know, like, by proxy, it's probably, yeah, well, that'll bring us loads of money as well, and that's great. But also, skippable ads, I feel like, would be such a huge thing to bring loads of people to Twitch. And let's be real, when it comes to viewership on Twitch these days, it is dying and it is going down, and it's been going down since the pandemic pretty badly. I think there's something, I can't remember what the exact number is, but it's something like Twitch's viewership compared to 2021 is down by 25% or something like that. Like, there's a fairly big drop-off of people. And it's kind of only been trending that way the last few years. So they need to start bringing more people in, but what do? Guys, let's advertise the millionaires, you know, scheme to get even richer, yay. Meanwhile, they actually trial a useful feature, and they're like, no, we won't tell anybody about that, though. Why would we? It's like their priorities are so wrong when it comes to everything. I just feel like Twitch, like the leadership at Twitch, the people who actually run the company, who are like the top people, are just so out of touch with what people actually want for anything in the platform. And if Twitch had learned one thing from the games industry, which they're kind of built on the back of, it's that most of the time devs who just don't listen to anything that anybody wants don't tend to be very popular. You know? Like, eventually what you gotta realize is that to foster a good community and have people that want to engage with Twitch and be part of Twitch, they actually have to work with them, not against them. But they don't realize that, do they? They just go, well, we'll just keep pumping Kai Cenat and people like that down everyone's throats, and we'll make some money in the short term. Which everybody keeps banging on about the fact that Twitch hemorrhages cash, and it's like, yeah, they do, but they also don't help themselves in that matter, do they? They shoot themselves in the foot by coming up with these, quite a lot of the time, dirty schemes to try and make themselves more money while pissing everybody else off. You know? And, it's just fucking silly. Didn't mean to bump that guy, but still. He also backed up a little right as I was coming past him, so. This has been a very flat game. Not a lot happened here, has it? It's been another blowout. Frame rate seems to be taking a hit. Oh, thanks for letting me know, Bol. It's probably that CPU thing that happens sometimes when I play this game, where, what is it? There's a thing in the back. It's like Windows, something manager runs in the back. It's like the window manager for my PC runs in the back. Windows like instance manager or something. That's like the thing that keeps all the various windows and things running at the same time on my PC. Whatever reason, recently, I wonder if it's an update from Windows, but it has started absolutely nomming through resources on my PC. Actually, it's GPU, not CPU, I think. But it's absolutely started like chunking through it. So now, because I run the stream off of the GPU's encoding stuff as well, so it takes more of the kind of the burden of running the stream than the CPU on my PC does, because it has more power. It now means that sometimes it like throttles a little bit and then starts lagging a tiny bit. And I notice it in OBS a lot. It doesn't always come through and translate onto the stream though, weirdly. But if you want to see a telltale sign that it's happening, don't look at the gameplay, look at the overlay, right? Look how stuttery the names are moving across the screen. That's how you can tell. If it's ever happening, look at the names, because if they're stuttering, then that's what it is. It's basically that the stream can't like process the game and that at the same time. So maybe I just need to go and change my graphics settings in War Thunder and it'll help the issue or something. Maybe if I knock them down, it'll help out. So I might do that. I've always run the game at relatively decent graphics. But yeah, maybe I'll knock them down a little and it'll help. Thanks for mentioning it though, my dude. Because I know I always say this and I say, oh, the stream looks like it's lagging. And everybody goes, no, it's not. And then, you know, I'm always just kind of paranoid that everything's breaking. But thank you for actually letting me know that it's been lagging. Because I do genuine... Streamers appreciate that more than anybody knows. People like to think that if someone points out like an issue, people are going to like snap at them and be like, you know, angry about it. It's genuinely really refreshing when someone points something out that's not working properly, because it means I can actually fix it. At least in some cases, you know, rather than just kind of like aimlessly sitting there for 3 hours and then someone at the end of the stream goes, by the way, did you know that your game wasn't on the screen for the last 4 hours? Oh, I didn't want to say anything though. And it's like, that's a bit unhelpful, isn't it? Would have been nice to know the game wasn't on the screen, but like when you know, when you'll be like, oh, you're on the BRB still, by the way. That's incredibly helpful, Bowl, a lot of the time. Because sometimes I genuinely haven't noticed. And it's quite nice to know that I'm still on the BRB so that I can switch and actually play the game. But I think sometimes people have this sort of strange opinion that like a streamer's going to go, oh, shut the fuck up, and tell them to get like mad at them about it or something. Very odd. Oh, I should have fired then. About to say, that guy's in a really annoying spot and he'll become a big problem. Not anymore though, because he just threw himself in front of my gun. And that is very helpful. Speaking of throwing themselves in front of my gun, it'd be really nice if this T-80 did that, because he almost did. And then he just backed way off, so... Please pull forwards and give me the side of your hull. That would be rather tasty of you. Please be nice to me, T-80. Don't be a pain in the ass. It's got a little anime character on his tank there. I think he must be tracked as well, because unless he's just being incredibly patient. If I was that guy, I'd have snapped the trap on me by now if I was sat there. That's like sticking your hand in a bear trap and waiting for it to go off. Like, you're thinking he's going to swing me any second, and he just doesn't. If I was that guy, I'd have 100% swung that corner by now and killed me. Obviously, he couldn't. I'm guessing that's why he didn't, but if he could, he surely would have had a go at me by then. So, yeah, it must have been he couldn't shoot me. If you hadn't mentioned the skippable ads thing, I'd still be none the wiser. I wouldn't have known about it either. So the way I find out, this is genuinely a thing, the way I find out most of my Twitch news, and this comes from a source which I absolutely have full faith in, this isn't just like random bollocks when it gets brought up. It's the guy Zach on Twitter. Zach Boosie. Talked about him before. Go follow him if you're actually genuinely interested on stuff like this, like Twitch changes and stuff. Follow him on Twitter. He's almost always gets all the news from people. I assume he just knows people that kind of find out about this stuff, or he's at least got a very good ear to the ground when it comes to these things, and he's able to kind of know about these things kind of, you know, through industry stuff and the rumblings of what's going on. He's always very quick on new information and things, and if there is like a change planned or a big thing, he usually is quite good at covering it, and that's how I found out about it. So I wouldn't have known if it wasn't for Zach making a post about it and saying, by the way, they're trialing this, just keep an eye out because you might get one of these messages. And I think that's how people found out, is I think it was one of those like little notifications in one of those tiny notifications that sometimes you'll get, like a message from Twitch where they're like, we're trialing some stuff at the minute, keep an eye out for anything if it looks different. And that was it. And then they you know, he kind of posted about it and said, by the way, if anyone like finds any more out about this, let me know and we'll DM me about it or whatever, and we'll, you know, do something else off. Semi-related, another stream I watched where you watch other people, Bol. And you've confessed that in this stream? Banned. Get out of it. Cheating on me with other streamers, Bol? And you tell me to my face? Anyway, I'll stop being a shit house now. What's it? Always make sure to say if the audio levels are off. And there's always one guy in chat who's all, nah, sounds fine to me. He's wrong. Yeah, you do get that as well, where you'll get the people that will try and just like be like the people pleasers, I guess, but they'll kind of just go like, oh no, it's fine. You know, they almost don't want to say that it's wrong. I like to think of those people kind of like the white knights, you know. They're kind of like the white knights of the stream, you know what I mean? But they're just like, I must defend my streamer at all costs. You people can't say the audio levels are wrong. That would dishonor my streamer. all those people circling around that geezer, and I just come in and sweep the kill last minute. But yeah, you know what I mean though. You get like some of those people sometimes that are like, I can't say a negative thing whatsoever. And it's like, if something's broken, people are genuinely happy to hear about it. Like, if someone tells me, by the way, streamer, you're muted, I wouldn't have noticed if someone hadn't said anything. Like, I've done it before at the start of a stream. Usually it happens after a Windows update to explain why this happens, just if anyone's curious and just thinks, why did you mute yourself? A lot of the time, my mic is on, everything's good to go, but what it is after a Windows update sometimes, or occasionally after an OBS update, it reverts your settings sometimes in OBS, and it does this in Discord every now and again as well. But it just reverts your settings. So you'll come into it and you'll be like, right, let's start the stream, get all up, ready to go. I don't test my mic before I start because it usually just works. So I kind of fix it on the fly if I need to. So when I do my starting soon screen, my mic is still on there, so I just mute myself by switching the mute button off on my mic. So I just sit there, you know? And then sometimes I'll start talking, and I'll talk for 2 or 3 minutes, and people will see the PNG lighting up, and they're like, what's happening? And then maybe 2 minutes later, people will go, oh, you're muted. And it's like, I've been talking the full time for 2 minutes about whatever I've been talking about. And I go, oh, bollocks, I didn't notice. If I'd done that for an hour, if no one had come into the start of the stream, I'd look like a rat twat. So I'm glad when people do that. It genuinely makes a big difference. So if you are one of those people who comes in and says, by the way, streamer, something's broken, and you aren't just being a shit about it, like, and I mean, you aren't just trolling and going, oh, you're on the wrong screen, and you're actually on the right screen, you're just trying to be annoying. If there's genuinely a problem, please flag it up, because many people are very glad to know about the fact that there's a problem, because then they can actually fix it. They can't fix what they don't know about. And you just know that someone will come into that stream and they'll go, well, I'm not watching this, the audio's broken, and they'll leave. And that person who says, by the way, streamer, your audio's a bit fucked, probably saves them from having new people or old members of the community or whatever just not watching the stream that day. And it's nice to get the benefit from that. So there you go. We're also waiting for a break, just in case anyone's wondering. We got 3 minutes till the break. Does feel that way. Yeah, some people just have this weird obsession. Well, I think, honestly, what it comes down to, Bol, is I think there are some people on the internet who are just incredibly parasocial and have this very strange parasocial relationship with anybody on any platform on the internet, including corporations sometimes, where nobody is allowed to say anything that is deemed not a positive, uplifting statement towards them. Otherwise, you should be assassinated and hung from the fucking rooftops for it. You know? It's like you're not even allowed to like disagree with that person's opinion. Otherwise, you're like, you should be hung, drawn, and fucking quartered for that. Like, there are people who take it to that extreme, and it's just wild to me that there are people out there who think like that. But I guess that's just the way of the world these days, isn't it? Is the internet, while it's a great tool, it's also created this weird, very weird situation where you have a lot of people who have access to people that they genuinely believe are like their best mate, and they treat them like it on the internet as well, even though they've never met them before and they know nothing about them, and all they know is the character they play on stream. It's very odd. I guess that's what parasocialism is, right? Is you just get people who do that, and it's very strange. I'm sure it's like an unintentional thing where they don't come out of it and go, I'm gonna white knight really hard for this person. But you just see it a lot, and it gets really weird. It also, I guess it depends on the people as well. Like, to some degree, I'm someone who doesn't like this, and I make no things talking about it. I sometimes need people to be like realistic about things rather than just telling me everything's gonna be fine. Because the thing is, 9 times out of 10, when people just kind of do the whole everything's going to be fine, is they don't really know what's actually happening. They kind of don't know what they're talking about, right? You know? But it's like, I get people do it from the place of like, I just want to kind of reassure this person about something that's happening. I'm just going to say, oh, everything's going to be fine. But like, to me, as a very specific niche of people, I just see that and I go, you just don't fucking know what you're on about. Most of the time. Unless it's from someone that's like specifically knows more stuff than others. But like a lot of the time with things like that, I'll just kind of disregard something that someone said because they're just kind of being positive for the sake of being positive, you know? And it can get a little annoying. Not always, but sometimes it can, you know? It just feels like wasted words sometimes. Not always. Sometimes you need something to uplift yourself. But sometimes it just... It depends on who it comes from as well. You know, it'd be like... I don't know. If you hadn't talked to someone for like months and months and months and months, and everything was kind of going great for them, you know, say like, here's a good example. I'll quickly say this on the break. Say you were in a bad period of financial struggle, and your friend had recently, I say recently, in the last couple of years, gotten themselves a job, made loads of money, and they were like a millionaire now. They had millions and millions of pounds or dollars, whatever, and they were doing really well for themselves in life. And you go, they come back and talk to you one day for the first time in 3 years, and you're like, oh, you know, it's not really going so well. I might lose my house. All this stuff's happening. Bills are piling up. And they go, yeah, well, you know what? It'll be all right. Don't worry. It'll be fine. Don't worry about it. You know, everybody goes through this period of time. It'll be okay. And it's like, brother, you're sat there with like 5 million. You ain't got fucking anything to worry about like that regards. I don't want to hear it from you. You know? Like, I feel like that sometimes with a lot of things. It annoys me when people do that. You know? Like, it's kind of like, I talked about this during COVID. You might know about this, Bowl, because you'll probably find it hilarious as well. But you had it over here, didn't you, during COVID, where you had fucking Prince Harry was in his little mansion. He's like, oh, it's so terrible on my mental health, all this staying inside all the time. And it's like, oh, I'm sure it's so terrible while you're living in your mansion, bruv, isn't it? Oh, it's terrible for you. I feel so sorry for you. I'm not going to belittle anyone's mental health, because having dealt with that stuff myself and still dealing it with myself, it's a terrible thing. But also, it's a little bit rich to sit there and go, oh, it's so terrible being cooped up inside all the time. It's awful. While you're in like a multi-million-dollar mansion. It's a little different when you're sitting there saying that versus someone who's stuck in a council estate and can't go outside and has no green spaces nearby to go out and do anything, and they're just stuck in their house all day. You know? And it's just like, it's just kind of, that kind of like attitude annoys me, and I just, really pisses me off. Like, I know what you mean. It's kind of like you say, Bo. It's just like lip service at that point, you know? It annoys me when people do that. Constantly worry about coming across as parasocial, and I see people like that, and I feel a bit better. And me too. Yeah. I'm a lot different these days, though, with a lot of stuff that I do. So, and a lot of the way that I act with things, though. I also very much am distant compared to what I used to be, so... I'm gonna go quickly stretch my legs and do a quick bathroom break, so I'll be back in like 1 minute, okay? Because I've already used like 90% of the break, so I'll be back in a sec. Alright, I'm back. people just out of touch with things? Yeah, to some degree, yeah. Not everybody, you know, I'm not generalizing everything with this, but like it happens a lot is what I mean, you know. It's just, I don't know what it is. I think sometimes maybe this is just me in the way that I am at the minute and the way that I feel about things, but maybe what I'm about to say as well will probably seem like a kind of maybe this will seem like an extreme statement. I don't know, and someone will be like, "Ooh, I don't know about that." But I'm gonna say it because I, you know, when it comes to me right now with what I'm dealing with in the background and all this other stuff, goodwill and nice words from people means jack shit to me, and I don't care for it because it's like, it's kind of one of those things where it does nothing for me in a lot of cases, right? You know, someone just kind of saying something nice. It doesn't fix anything and it doesn't help anything. So when it comes to things like that, again, maybe it's just the situation currently that presents itself in front of me. I don't really care for nice words from people, particularly from people that I just are out of touch with me these days, you know? If it's someone who's like around a lot and kind of knows me a lot better, then like there's room for it, because it's kind of a little more meaningful than just someone random saying. It's like, you know, if you posted something bad, say I posted about the news that I got the other day on Twitter, and random fucker McGee comes back out the woodwork who hasn't spoken to me in 4 years and goes, "Oh my god, I feel so bad for you." I don't fucking care. Why should I care what you think, quite frankly? You know? It's like, I haven't spoken to you in fucking years. And now all of a sudden you want to be all like, oh, I feel bad for you. Fuck off. I don't want your fucking sentiment. Go away. You know? Like, maybe, does that make me, maybe that makes me an asshole these days. I don't know. But like, I don't care for shit like that anymore. I used to sit there and like, I'd post, you know, something had happened, I'd like post them on Twitter, and a bunch of random people who I basically hadn't spoken to for years would come out and be like, "Oh, everything's gonna be fine." And I'd be like, "Yeah, it will." And now I look at it and I'm like, it's just a load of bollocks, really, isn't it? I was gonna lie to myself for years about this shit, where I was like, yeah, everything will be fine. No, it fucking won't. Nothing's gonna fix itself because some random cunt on Twitter decided to tell me it would. You know? In the same way that it's the other way around, where like someone comes on Twitter and I posted something and they're like, "Oh, you're shit." And it's like, okay, I don't give a shit what your opinion is anyway, do I? Random fucker online. You've added a great deal to this conversation with your intellectual comment. Like, thanks. Nobody cares. You know, it's like... Sure, some people will see that as ungrateful, I guess, but thoughts and prayers does fuck all for anyone. Again, but it depends who it's from. This is my point. Like, thoughts and prayers from... Okay. Thoughts and prayers from certain people is nice, right? Because it's nice in certain situations if people are actually kind of involved in things. It's not from certain people, though. You know? Like, there are just times when it's like, if it's, again, if it's someone who's just miles out of touch with you and just doesn't understand anything about what you're doing and what's happening with you these days, it just feels very hollow. And I'd rather not hear it at all. Now, if you flip that the other way around, and like your best mate goes, oh, you know, like me and Mirage had a chat about this the other day, and I said about all the stuff that was going on, and he kind of had a chat with me, and he said, you know, if you ever want to talk about stuff, I'm always here. And, you know, I've sort of dealt with some vaguely similar stuff in my life as well, and this is kind of what I did, so if, you know, maybe it'd be something you should consider doing about talking to someone like professionally or something, right? I'm going to take that from Mirage because it's Mirage and he's my mate and I've known him for 20 years. So I hear it from Mirage and I'm like, yeah, you know, it kind of means something. If a random fucker on Twitter told me that, I'd be like, get out of here, dickhead. Fuck off. You know? Stiggy man, thank you. Welcome in. The Pope probably has like +10 when he gives thoughts and prayers. Maybe if the Pope... Well, I'm not religious though, so I don't know. Maybe I wouldn't care what the Pope said either, to be fair. No offense to the Pope, I'm sure he's a nice bloke. But, you know, I don't I probably wouldn't be too worried if the Pope blessed me with it or not, you know? No offense to any Roman Catholics out there. Actually, they're not Roman Catholics anymore. Are they still... I don't remember these. Are they just Catholics now? Roman Catholic still a thing? I don't remember. For sure, yeah. But welcome in though, Stiggy man. Hope you're doing good. Yeah, it's like I say though, Bowl. It's like, it's a situation of who it comes from sometimes, more so than what it actually is, because it means something coming from certain people. Coming from some people, it's meaningless. And if it's meaningless, I'd rather people just don't say it at all, rather than say anything, you know? Like, as I say, like the Mirage example is a good example, or Oreo, right? Like I talked to her about on the day when I found out the news, and we had a big chat about it, and just kind of, you know, I just got a lot of stuff out of my system about it, talking about it, about things that I didn't like with it, and grievances I had and whatnot, and she just sat there and let me talk about it, and it was great. I'm not much of a talker. Many people know this. I know, believe it or not, I am a streamer, but I'm not much of a talker. I'm not much of a social person. I don't really like interacting with people all that much. But when it comes to that, like, you know, if the time is right and I feel the need to talk about stuff, I talk about things, you know, whether it be something that's affecting me in life or whatever. Or if I need to slap someone across the face and snap them out of whatever shit they're thinking, you know, which has happened on occasions. But it's just, I don't know, it's just sometimes it's just not the right time and place for it, and sometimes I just don't like it. If people try and like force things on you as well, like force engage with you about things, it's also can be kind of annoying. Like if you don't want to talk about stuff and someone kind of pushes it, it can be a bit like the, you know? Like sometimes you just genuinely don't want to think and talk about something, and then someone will constantly be like, what about this? And it's like, I don't want, shut up. Don't want to talk about this thing, you know? Being in most cultures, your best friend roasting you is seen as friendly and fun. If a random dude does it, you get mad. Yeah, I mean, that's a good example there in a slightly different context, but you're right, yeah. It's things like that as well. It's like there are things that people do that mean something if they're close to you, but if it's someone who's like a random stranger, it means something different. Which is also something you see on the internet a lot, right? It's like, if you'd come in and the first thing you said was, I don't know, if Bowl had come in and he just, you know, I say I missed like an absolutely easy shot at someone, and someone just goes, nice shot. You know, Bowl just says nice shot or whatever, and he like memes on me because I missed something. You know, you might be like, oh, alright, shut up, Bowl. But some, like a random person, like, you know, like yourself who's just come in, you come in and just go, you know, just immediately get on my ass about a bad shot I make or something. I'm going to take it very differently than if I took it from someone else, probably. You know? So yeah, you know, you're right. It's like, as you say, it's the sentiment depends on who it comes from rather than what it is that's been said. British culture is like that as well, right? Like, I mean, British culture amongst friends is pretty much that you just take the piss out of each other all the time. And that 90% of what you end up doing as friends is just making fun of yourselves and laughing at each other for doing something stupid. You know? Some people don't understand that in other cultures, and they'll kind of be like, why are these British people, you know, insulting each other? And it's like, that's just kind of what we do, mostly. But, yeah, I don't know. It depends on the people a lot of the time. And sometimes if it's from the wrong people at the wrong time, it's just meaningless. Or out of touch, kind of like we said before, you know? Like if a rich person wants to talk to you about your financial woes, it seems a bit hollow, you know? If they tell you that you've got nothing to worry about in life because, well, you can always make more money while they're sat on a ridiculously large pile of money, you know? Things like that. It just sort of, it depends on the context of the situation. As I say, with my you know, stuff right now, it's just kind of like I don't care for goodwill all that much. At least from people that are just kind of not really anything to do with me. You know? Like, to explain the situation very briefly, if anyone doesn't know about this, I won't go into detail of it because it's a long thing to explain, but to give the very brief detail, I found out on Thursday last week that my old man, who's had lung cancer since about 2023, he's had cancer in general since 2018, was told that he has 6 months to a year left to live on Thursday last week, right? Big piece of news to get. And it's like, with something like that, if someone just randomly comes out the woodwork to be like, oh, I hope you're doing okay, it's like, I just don't care. Like, for the most part, because it's just like, it's kind of meaningless to me, you know? It's almost that, it's kind of like that thing that people have about how, when you kind of suffer together in the dark times, it kind of like makes the brighter times better, you know? And that, like, if you're not willing to kind of like, stick around for people through thick and thin, then you kind of never really know them as a person anyway, but you're never really going to be that close with them. It's kind of, you get that a lot, right? Where you get people that just kind of jump ship immediately when something's bad and you never see them again. And then they come back when something happens and they're like, whoa, and it's like, I don't care for your opinion, you know? It's like, you know, as I say, like when you get people who want to be friends when things are great, but when things go bad, they don't want to know you anymore. Things like that. So it's like, I don't know, when it comes to it these days, maybe I'm just more cynical than I used to be, but I just don't really have time for it anymore. I'm glad that there are people out there who care about my well-being when it comes to things, but at the same time, it's like, from some people, it doesn't come off like that. Some people, it's just like, I'm here for keeping up appearances' sake to say hi, you know? Or to just give you some random advice that you didn't ask for, and it's like, it's just, I don't know, it's a time and a place thing, you know? Money doesn't buy happiness. If only you know, make sure that I don't stress about it. Yeah, that's the other thing I like to say as well. When people say money don't buy happiness, it doesn't buy happiness, but it buys freedoms. It buys you the freedoms to be able to make yourself happy via doing the things that you love doing, you know? If you're broke and you got no money, you can't spend money on hobbies and do things that you want to do. But if you have, you know, endless amounts of money, you can do that. Yes, it won't fix any problems you have, and I'm sure there's some part of life that still, you know, plagues you in the same way that other people do, of mental issues or physical issues. You're not immune to it because you're rich. You can still get illnesses and diseases and have a terrible life. But I suppose even with that example, it kind of shows what I'm talking about, doesn't it? I have terrible disease and it's awful, but I'm rich. Oh, well, I'll just pay for the treatment. Versus other person in the world, well, I can't pay for that, and if I do pay for it, I'll be broke for the rest of my life. So it's like, it's, I guess I just proved my point there, didn't I? It's a very weird, like, I'm not getting this shot, am I? But it's a very weird, like, backwards statement, the whole money doesn't buy happiness thing. It's quite an interesting thing to debate with people, because everybody has a different perspective on it, generally. I kind of, as I say, I conscribe to the idea that, like, you get freedom with large amounts of money, which you don't get otherwise, which allows you to be happier than you otherwise would have been. Or at least not have to stress about the things that you otherwise would have been. You don't have to stress about rent and buying, you know, everyone's talking about cost of living in the world. You don't have to worry about that if you got millions and millions of pounds, do you? Or dollars, or whatever you got. You're not worried about the cost of cheese going up by 20 cents, are you, in a month? You're going, oh, well, I've got 20 million, so I don't care, you know? It's just like... And then it comes back to kind of what I said before about you get someone like that kind of tries to tell you that, like, financially, everything's going to be fine, and don't worry about it. It just feels a bit hollow, you know? So, I feel like I'm just talking in, like, ranting circles today, you know? I'm just going on in rants, just in a circle. I'm ranting about one thing to bring myself back to another thing. No, you said you don't care, but I hope you're doing okay. I also have had cancer in my family. It's not a fun time. Yeah, I appreciate that, you know. I do. I know everything I just said a minute ago, but, you know, I know what I mean. I appreciate that you, you know, you kind of know to some degree what it's like as well. So you can kind of, what's the word? Empathize a bit with it. It's a difficult thing, you know. I mean, it's been something that's been around for a long time. As I say, it's been since about 2018 in my case. So it's been around for a long time, and you kind of always have that element of, you know, one day someone's going to say, well, we can't do anything anymore. In my case, with this specific thing in my family, there's a lot of other parts of it that I didn't mention just for the sake of, you know, just giving the TLDR version. But there's a lot of, like, wrongdoings behind the scenes that have led further down the road to where we are now. whether that be through neglectful stuff and or poor treatment. So there is a large there's a big big red like X on the whole thing that's like, ooh, this is makes it a bit worse, and makes me very frustrated about the whole thing. So yeah, I don't know. I appreciate the sentiment though. I guess that's what I mean with the whole thing. The words mean nothing. I appreciate the sentiment from people when they say things, because at the end of the day, it's nice that people give a shit, I guess. But like, it's one of those things where like a lot of the time people say things but in no way back up what they say, so it becomes meaningless. Maybe that's a better way to describe the whole thing. People a lot of the times just like to say things for the sake of it, but they have no intentional meaning behind it. They just say it because, well, I should say this, shouldn't I? Thank you both for the hydrate. Or, other caveat, this is on the internet, you get this. I'll say X thing because X person will then look at it and see it and go, yes, look at this person being a nice little chap. You know? Like, I've seen it before where you'll get people that will say, oh, I thought I would say this because I thought the streamer person who I'm friends with would like that response. And it's like, is that really how you feel about stuff? That you're like, you live your life based upon, well, I don't want to upset my streamer friend by saying the wrong thing on Twitter. And it's like, really? Is that how we're doing things now? I'm gonna say X response to something without thinking of my own opinion because I want to think what my friend would think. Me and my friends like disagree on so many things in life. That's probably part of the reason why we're friends. Because we have so many disagreements about stuff, you know? I just find it really crazy that people actually think like that, and they just don't think for themselves. They just think based upon, well, how will people view me if I say this? And the thing is, right, I actually, for a time, I actually did that in certain situations. There are times when I can think back to where I probably said and did things that I look at, or didn't say and do things. That's another one that you can do. Where I look back and I go, you know what, I wish I had, because I actually think it was a big mistake that I never did or said anything. I can think of one big glaring example as a perfect one for that, right? And I've actually regretted that a lot since, that I never did anything at the time, because I think it was a terrible decision. It's something that kind of I regret quite a lot. But it's just like, living your whole life like that, it's just kind of wild, you know? Just like, well, I shouldn't make this decision for myself. I should be careful of what Dave is going to say if I say it. You know? And this, if there's one thing I've learned about being friends with certain people over the last couple of years, it's that the true key to being friends with people and to having a long-lasting relationship with people, this could, I mean, this could be the same for a romantic relationship as well, I guess, is being able to talk about anything, essentially, in a, like, actual decent way. Being able to actually talk about just about anything with people is like one of the nicest things ever, where you can actually just have a conversation about just about anything. Where you could bring some up that's like the worst thing ever, that you think this person's actually going to tell me that they think I'm the worst person on the planet because of this thing that I've got in my head about something they said one time. And you bring it up with them and they're like, oh, this is actually what happened. And you kind of just talk about it and they're like, yeah, you're not dumb. You just kind of went off with something that I said that maybe I didn't make particularly clear. And it's great, you know? It's fucking amazing having someone that you can talk to like that, because you can just kind of go, I have this feeling about something, I don't like it, can we talk about this? And you just do. And it's amazing. As I say, it's probably like the key with, you know, relationships with people who stay together for a very long time as well, as those people are incredibly good at communicating amongst themselves. And they talk about everything, right? If someone, I don't know, gets uncomfortable about some person that they know, they don't just push it under the carpet. They talk about it and go, by the way, this person that you hang out with a lot who flirts with you, I don't really like it. Can we chill that out a little bit, or like have a word with him or something? You know? That's me, the relationship god again, coming out of my advice. I don't know why this always comes out that I end up talking about, like, relationship advice. I'm probably the last person anyone should take relationship advice from in life, to be fair. But every once in a while, it just comes back to things like this, you know? But no, there's a lot of things like that. Having someone in any kind of relationship with you, friend, whatever, is... Being able to just talk to people about things is huge. And especially just being able to be honest with people about things is a big thing as well. 2018... Damn, it's going to, and it's going to sound bad, but I'm sorry, but text doesn't let me emphasize it. It's hopefully going to let you close the chapter. Yeah. It's... So it hasn't been... I'll give like a brief timeline of things. I won't go into too much detail because I could talk about this for like 3 hours if I did. Brief timeline of things. 2018, me and my whole family go to America. Take a trip to America. It's like a little mini road trip across about 2 weeks, something like that. 10 days, 2 weeks. Well, we went to a couple of different places, hung out in a few places for a few days, and it was the last trip that we ever took together. Because not long after that, in a couple of years later, my brother moved out and started doing his stuff, and it was the last like time we did one of these kind of like trips from our childhood to some degree. We got back from America, and my old man thought he had food poisoning. Because he was having a lot of issues, you know, I mean, you know what it's like if you think you have food poisoning. He was having a lot of problems, and we thought, oh, it must just be that, you know, all the shit that they put in their food. It must just be like we're not used to it. Because when I went to America earlier this year, I actually struggled to get used to the food stuff, first of all, because my stomach was all over the place for the first few days, where I was just like, I don't feel good. I wasn't having like any symptoms of anything, but I was like, this just doesn't... It feels very strange eating a lot of this stuff. And I think some of it is because, let's be real, a lot of American food is a lot more highly processed than other places in the world, particularly over here. And I think it's just a bit jarring sometimes to get used to. And so he thought he had food poisoning, and eventually he was having too many problems with it, so he ended up going to A&E, as we call it, accident and emergency, or the emergency room, as people in the US call it. So he ended up going down there, and they said, oh yeah, this is probably what you got, but we'll do some tests on you and do that. So they did some blood samples and stuff, and they found out that he had a particular type of bug in his system called Campylobacter, if I remember correctly. Which I think, I can't remember exactly, but I think it's vaguely related to like sort of E. coli strain of things. It's one of those types of nasty like stomach bug germs. Something like that. I don't really remember. It's been a while. As you can imagine, it's 7 years since then. And so we found out about this, and he obviously wasn't doing too well, so they went, okay, we'll give you some antibiotics and stuff, and we'll sort you out. And they went to go sort him out, and they did some scans, because, you know, they wanted to make sure, because luckily in the UK here, they kind of do them for everything. So they did the scans to make sure everything was kind of sorted and there was no other problems, like preliminary stuff, just to rule it out. And they came back a couple of weeks later and they said, oh, by the way, while we did these scans on this other stuff, we found something. Of which they found out that during that time in his digestive system, he had a tumor, which we didn't know about, which probably had partly led to this. So that was the original one. That then gets treated, wind forward the clock maybe a year. I can't really remember the timeline of it all, to be honest. It's all a bit of a blurb. I think it was a year later. He ended up having like a third of one of his intestines removed and a lot of that type of stuff. So there was a lot of kind of growing pains with that, of getting used to that type of stuff. Yeah, about a year later, he goes back and does all his scans and stuff, because as people know, if they've dealt with this type of thing before, basically every 6 months, they'll call you back to do some scans just to make sure that you're fine. Make sure that if you're in remission, it's staying in remission and nothing's coming back, etc. It's one of the quite nice things that they do, and I quite like it. Oh, you fucking kidding me? That actually killed me. Okay. So we went back to go and do it, and they said, well, we found something else on the scans because of, you know, metastasizing cancers, which is what they do. They move to other places. They have spots that they tend to kind of move towards, if you don't know, and tend to attract towards, that they then can, you know, have a higher likelihood of producing something somewhere else. In his case, from the one that he had, it was the liver. So, of course, they then said, by the way, there's this thing on your liver that we don't really know about. It looks a bit weird, though. We don't really like it, so we're going to have a look into it. Oh, look, it's another tumor. So then they removed part of the liver. All goes quiet for maybe, I would say maybe 2 years at this point, until about maybe 2021, 2022, COVID time. And then find out that they, you know, do these type of preliminary scans again. And they say, well now we've got something that we have found in your lung that we don't know about. It's like this spot on our, you know, charts and on our diagrams and scans, and we don't know what it is, so we need to come and have a look at it. So they did some various bits, and they did, you know, biopsies and stuff. And of course, it turns out to be a tumor. So in 2022, or whatever it was, they did the treatment on it. They removed a chunk of his lung, and then went through like that. And then ever since then, it had been quiet. And nothing had happened since probably mid to late 2022, maybe 2023, if that's when it was. As I don't really remember exactly the timeline of it all. But it happened over a number of years where it was kind of, there'd be a little spot for a while where it'd go quiet and then something else would pop up. Until this year when obviously he kind of found out late last year, early this year essentially, that there was another tumor in the lung. But it was right up next to the trachea, right? So they said it was they found it too complicated / dangerous from their perspective to operate on, because they thought it would almost do more harm than good if they removed it. So they kind of said at that point, we'll just monitor it and see what happens. Fast forward 8-9 months, does the scans at the start of this year, whenever it is, does the usual stuff, finds out that they reckon it hasn't grown. It's all going well. Nice, you know, it hasn't grown. There's no new ones. Things are good. Things are great. Fast forward then again to where we are now, last few weeks. He goes into hospital because he's having trouble breathing. And, you know, there's a problem with that, and it's not going so well. So, okay, well, what's happening? Turns out he's got a collapsed lung because of this tumor, basically, that has created problems. So his lung has collapsed. So he's basically unable to breathe on the one lung. So he goes in and, you know, they do the various scans and stuff, and they go, well, you have a history of this stuff, so we better look into it. So they look into it, do the normal stuff. The oncology people come down, except it was really poorly mismanaged, and it took them about a month to do something that they were going to do within the first week because of delaying it over and over and over and over. They come back at the end of it and they say, well, we've looked at your reports, and it's been growing, and it's growing to a point where we can't do anything about it. Now remember, there's quite a large jump between January, or whenever it was when they initially said it's fine, it's not growing, and where we are now in, this would have been in October, because he's been back for a bit now. This would have been probably late October when they said, now it's actually been growing. So you think, okay, well, there's plenty of time. What it turns out is, it had actually been growing since before that, before January. They just hadn't mentioned that, because it was in all the reports and it was in all of the information they had. They just, for whatever reason, decided not to mention that, and to hilariously mislead everybody involved into suggesting that nothing bad was happening with it whatsoever for about 8 or 9 months. And then all of a sudden, when this stuff happens, it all comes out that they've essentially lied about it for months. And by the time they come out and say, "Oh, by the way, we might not have represented this exactly as it should have been. Oh, by the way, well, it's too late now, unfortunately, because we fucked around for too long, so we're not going to do anything. Good luck, 6 months to a year if you're lucky. Go on, chap, have fun." And it's like, so you waited for nearly a year, essentially just lying about the whole thing, saying, "Oh, there's no problems." And then kick the can down the road a year, do nothing after saying, "Oh, it's all fine, nothing will be a problem." And then you come out a year later nearly and go, "Actually, it is all kind of fucked, and we just didn't say anything about that because we didn't feel like we should have." It's like I've always gotten behind to the health service in this country, and I've always looked at it and thought, you know what, there's a lot of people in there who work very hard and do their best, and I have nothing against a lot of them. But man, there's some people that if I did that shit in any other job in the world, I'd have been fucking fired months ago. And I look at it and I go, how do those people that did that for months not only live with that as their conscience, how do they still have a fucking job? Medical professionals who outright misled and lied for months, which ultimately led further down the road to where we are now, and they still have a job and are employed as professional consultants, keep in mind, in an oncology unit of a specialist hospital. And so, as I mentioned the other day, on the will of my old man, to some degree, I'm gonna pursue legal ramifications for them, because fuck them, they deserve it on principle. So I can't, you know, I obviously with that type of stuff I can't talk about it, because you can't if it's an ongoing thing and it's kind of, you know, trying to figure out how to get it going. But I hope they get taken to the fucking cleaners. Fuck them. It's diabolical, the whole situation. It's just like, fucking hell, man. Yeah. I hope they get absolutely fucking railed for it. I really do. And I hope that the people who were involved, who were the ones who decided this, because someone's made the decision to not say anything, I hope they get fucking... I hope they lose their job and never get employed again. Fuck them. Ridiculous, isn't it? So I'm just... I'm fuming about the whole thing, really. So there's a lot of, like, bad blood in there as well with that type of stuff. I'm very frustrated with the whole thing. I said I wasn't going to go into all the details of it, and then I went into kind of most of the details of it, but... Oh, it's just a fucking sham... It's shambolic, the whole thing. So it's just like... It's why, to some degree, maybe why I'm like... When it comes to some people, I just like... kind words means nothing, because it's like, it's not going to fix the situation. Nothing will fix the situation, you know? Be like if someone you knew, say your best mate got murdered or something, and the person who did it went to jail for the rest of their life. Yeah, there's some satisfaction in it, but it doesn't fix anything because the person's never coming back. And yeah, you might want to see the person punished who did X thing, but it's never going to change the situation. No matter how much everybody goes, oh yeah, well, we want this and we want justice and all this stuff, you know? And it kind of feels the same a little bit with this, where it's like, doesn't matter how many times someone tells me nice words about how it's going to be fine, doesn't change anything. Doesn't change the fact that such shitty mismanagement happened for so long that really accelerated the process, most likely. You know? So it just all feels a bit hollow. But sorry to hear that whiplash back and forth. Oh, it was... Yeah, it was... For years, it was just back and forth of... everything's kind of fine, and then a year or whatever later it'd come up again and there'd be another thing, you know, and... It was complete back and forth. And I mean, at the time, there was a... It's unfortunate with the way that it lined up, and obviously this is... I'm not blaming anything here. But it's unfortunate with the way that it lined up that it kind of changed a lot of things for me in my life at the time, because when it first happened in 2018, when I came back from this trip to the US, I just started as a student. I just started my degree. And it fucked with that really badly. I wasn't there for a lot of time because I had to take trips to take him to oncology stuff and appointments and things like that. So I missed a shitload of time. And quite frankly, I lost all my like motivation to do it. It was awful. I didn't want to do that shit anymore. I was like, what's the fucking point? You know? I was just not happy with all of it, and you know, I wanted to quit it. Eventually I didn't, because of some words from somebody else that I spoke to. You know, I spoke to someone in my family about it who told me about how they want to, you know, they'd be very proud to see me as the first person in the family that actually went and got a degree and did that stuff. And I was like, well, I can't fucking quit now, can I? You know, not in a not in a way of like, you know, that making me feel bad or anything, but I'm like, how can I sit there and say, oh, well, by the way, I'm thinking about quitting to someone who's just told me that I'd be the first person in my entire family to do it, and that they'd, you know, they'd be incredibly proud if I pulled it off. And I'm sat here thinking, fucking hell, I want to quit. I was like, how can I actually do that to them? I can't. As it turned out, that whole story becomes a whole lot more sadder, because that person who promised me that was one of my grandparents, who sadly about a year later actually passed away. He was 95, he was. So, I mean, he was doing bloody well for himself. Fair play to him. But, you know, it's kind of always a shame that I look back on. I think it's a shame he never got the chance to actually see me do it. Because I did do it. I finished my degree with fucking flying colours. And I tried my ass off after that point. Well, I say after that point. There's a little bit of getting up to speed, but, you know, after that point, I actually tried my ass off, and I came out of it with a pretty snazzy degree. And, you know, I just started at the lab as well, working there, and then I'd had problems with one of the next ones came up. So it's like every time something kind of big happened for me, you know, where I moved on to, like, the next step of things, something else came up that just kind of kneecapped me again. Where it was like, oh, I've started my, you know, my first big job at the lab. Oh, well, by the way, you know, big news about this terrible thing has happened. You're like, oh. Then you get past that, and then you get to the next thing. And ultimately, that alongside a number of other things meant that I ended up leaving there, because I just was not in a... At that point, I was just not in a great place. Oh, hello. Apparently, I'm a little bit silly, because I didn't realise any of you people were here, and I can't get my gun on you. So, GG's, I'm an idiot. It's got absolutely folded. Right. Let me scroll up real quick as well, because I saw you say something. I was talking a lot there. I didn't really read anything, so... Went to the US in 2018, and I was pissing out my ass for 2 weeks. God, I've had that once in my life. I don't know where it came from, but my whole family ended up getting it one time. Me and my brother, like everyone in my family ended up getting it, and yeah, it was awful. I've never experienced it before, and I've never experienced it since, thankfully. But my God, that feeling every like half an hour of just being like, oh, this doesn't feel good, and then you just quite literally piss out your ass. It's funny to think about now, but at the time I was just like, this is fucking horrible. It's awful. It's just fucking miserable when you have that shit happening. But yeah, I know exactly what you mean. You're just like, I haven't eaten anything all day. Why is this still happening? And it's just awful. Sorry to hear the whip. Yeah, oh, I already read that bit, didn't I? Lost for words. You've been robbed. The world's a Tommy father due to doctors not telling anyone the truth. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, I'm not going to sit here and say, like, wow, it wouldn't have happened if they hadn't done that. Because I'm sure it would have, right? Would it have changed things? Maybe not. And their reasoning for not doing anything about the first big tumor on the lung, or the second one, I should say, where they said, you know what, it's a bit too complicated than that. I don't begrudge them for that, because I understand their reasoning for doing it. If they said, which I think was their reasoning at the time, roughly, that, yeah, we could get you a lot better quality of life for doing it, but if we get it wrong in any way, it's severely gonna disrupt that, you know? And I can get behind that. Of the risk reward for it, they said was just not really worth it, and it would be too difficult to do like that. There weren't any other approaches they could do at the time, like non-surgical approaches either, if anyone's wondering, just because the way it works with things like chemos and that is you can only have a certain amount of chemotherapy and radiotherapy and that type of thing, generally in certain areas. Chemo is slightly different, but it doesn't really work for him either particularly. But when it came to the radiotherapy, he'd already had a large amount on that area with the first thing for the lung, so it wouldn't have made any difference. So that's why none of that happened, if anyone's wondering. That wasn't a failing on their part, at least, which I'll give them that for. But yeah, it's... I think the thing I've kind of said when I've been talking about it with my family recently is it changes the game a little bit, because you go from 6 months to a year, which is not a lot of time. And keep in mind, my brother is supposed to be getting married in 6 months' time. Right? So it's even more of like a thing now, because it's like, well, fucking, who knows what's going to happen then? Right on the cutoff point. I hope for my brother's sake that it works out for him, you know? Because I think that whatever relationship I have with my parents at the end of the day, and I'm not going to sit here and say that I'm the closest with my old man, because I think we have our differences on a lot of things, you know. But I think it would be nice if before that inevitable happened, he was able to see one of his 2 sons, you know, have a big day for themselves like that and actually do that. Do I agree with, you know, everything about my brother getting married? No, but he can do what he wants. He's a big boy. He's 2 years older than me. He can do what he wants, you know? And I hope for his sake that he gets to have his special day and he gets to be there to watch it. If he doesn't, I think it'll be a crying shame. You know, I realize that my fate is sealed when it comes to that. None of my stuff that I do is like, I mean, unless he beats the odds, obviously. None of the stuff that I do is probably gonna happen during the time when he's still around, but I suppose it changes the game a little bit in that you do it kind of like with them in mind, I suppose, to some degree, you know? They're always still there to some degree, so yeah. But I guess the point I was making is it kind of changes the game in that if you learn nearly a year ago now that they say it's been growing and it's you know, time's ticking, it reframes the whole thing, because you look at it and you think, okay, well now I've got like nearly a year, 2 years, whatever, of time where I can do these things and prepare these things and think about these things. Versus now, I mean, literally the exact words was, you'll get a year, being optimistic, you'll get a year. But the reality is it's probably 6 months or less. Because, I mean, they never want to be specific with these things, because fair enough, you can't be. But, I mean, there's a chance it won't even be 6 months. And you think, yeah, 6 months is not good. But if you'd have known about this 8-9 months ago, that 6 months becomes 12 months, 14 months, year and a half, whatever. And it changes the framing of it, because you go, all right, year and a half, that feels like a decent amount of time to be able to do stuff, if I need to. To do those last times doing this one thing that you'll never get to do again, probably. You know? Like bigger things. And it's just, I don't know. It's... I'd say, I've never really felt any ill will towards the people who work in healthcare in this country, and I think a lot of them, 99% of the time, anything that's ever been dealt with me or anything like that has been phenomenal. Like having my knee sorted out and stuff like that. Absolutely phenomenal. But in this particular case, I want to go to fucking war with those people, you know? I wanna fight those people till the end of my days, and yeah. Probably cost me, but or us, I guess. I don't know how it works anyway with this stuff anyway, but or it comes out of the final settlements or whatever, I guess, if it goes that far. But I want to, you know, I want them to be punished for what they've done on principle, because if you don't, you know that they'll just do it to another person. And I don't want anybody else to be in the same situation that I am. Because I think of it from the perspective of, you know, to use a term that my geography teacher in school used to say all the time, which is they used to say that you're all big enough and ugly enough now to figure things out for yourselves. When I look at it for myself, you know, I'm kind of old enough to know how these things work, but I was thinking, if I'm in the perspective, if I'm a kid, if you're 10 years old or 8 years old, and you find out the information, it's kind of very different to me finding out now as an adult, right? That was such a terrible start to the match as well, by the way. We're talking though, so I'm playing badly because I'm focusing on other stuff. That's definitely what it is, and not that my skill is diminishing gradually over the months. But like, if a kid found out the information, that'd like fuck them up really badly, you know? And you think, man, I don't want that to happen to someone else. I don't want anyone else to find out the way that I did. Especially when you think that we ended up finding out originally. This is another part of the story that will makes it all even more laughable, to be fair there, Stiggy. With everything that happened, it also happened before that, because on that same week when we found out, well, the meeting happened to be given the details of the, you know, what was going to happen. He'd come out of hospital, as I said, from having this collapsed lung, and they were supposed to send some nurses to come and check on him and have a look at some stuff that had been going on. like the district nurses that were going to come around from the area, and they were going to go and do some changes of some, you know, dressings or whatever. And they came around and had a chat with them, and I was like, oh, you know, here to do the thing. And they kind of seemed very confused. And then after a few minutes of talking about stuff, what ended up coming out is that they told us that they were palliative care nurses. Now this, keep in mind, was, I think, 3 days before we found out from the actual meeting what was going to happen. So the way, effectively, that we found out was from some inadvertent information from the nurses that they'd pre-booked to send around here to come and deal with this stuff, after not even telling us that that was going to happen. So that's how we found out before the actual meeting. So we didn't even find out necessarily from the consultancy people who were like, by the way, this is the situation. We found out, or at least had a very good idea of what was about to happen, nearly 3 days before. Or actually, no, it was 3 days before. 3 days sort of before, when we found out from a nurse giving out the information that they weren't there to deal with what we thought they were. They were there for a different reason, which was because of that. And it's just like, I don't know, I look at it, it's just failure after failure with this whole thing, and it's just like, man, I can't help but get really annoyed by it with the whole situation, because it's almost comically poor how badly this was dealt with. You know, it's like one thing after another. And you kind of deal with one thing and you're like, right, well, at least this thing's happened. It can't be any worse than that, right? Right? And, you know, and then the next thing happens and you're like, oh, never mind. Now we've found out that, you know, the person who was going to do the surgery was actually just some bloke who they let in randomly. He just decided, he thought he'd substitute him for the day. He had no qualification. It was just some random bloke or whatever, you know. Obviously, I'm joking with that one, but you know what I mean? It's like you kind of, it's almost like you can't make this up. It's so fucking silly. You get, even if you know it's a risky operation and doesn't mean you instill false information about the progression. Yeah. The timing of that was a decent bit before that. So the actual talk about the operation stuff was probably, I don't know exactly when it happened because I actually wasn't told super early about this. My family have a bad habit when it comes to some of this stuff of not necessarily mentioning it all that much or thinking that they've mentioned it and didn't. So the actual stuff about the original surgery that they decided not to do, I didn't find out about probably until a few months after that they'd said that. So I don't know exactly when it would have been, but it was somewhere in the 6 months to a year before before the January appointment where they said, yep, nothing's grown, you're all good. So it would have been probably early to mid 2024, I would suggest. Obviously, you know, I don't have the record, so I don't know exactly when it happened, but that's what, from what I can remember and what I've kind of pieced together, I think that's roughly when it happened. So yeah, there was a bit of a gap between it, where originally I guess they were like, well, we're going to do everything we can, and then something in that time period changed where it went from, we're going to do what we can to, you know, game over, buddy. So I don't know what changed or where it changed, or if someone said, look, there ain't no point doing this anymore, or if someone decided that he'd had some treatments before and it wasn't worth spending more money on because, well, he's already had these other surgeries and we shouldn't do this anymore because we've already done 3, and how many more are we going to do and how much more public money we're going to spend or whatever. I don't know. Be like, who knows what conversations were had behind the scenes. Maybe we'll find out. You don't know. Maybe in the process of this pursuit against them, maybe we'll find out about these things, because hopefully it all comes out in the wash if something like that has happened. And it'd be interesting to know some actual facts about it, and it'd be interesting to see if someone actually has the balls to step up and tell the truth about it rather than just going along with it like they did for so long. So we'll see. But yeah, bit of a clusterfuck. But yeah, so at least the false information type thing at least was kind of this year from January onwards, that type of timeline. Before that, I don't know, maybe they'd already decided last year, who knows, but it doesn't change anything, it still sucks ass, you know. But then also, how do you quantify it, you know? difficult to quantify these things, to say like how much of a difference it would have made if they, well, if they hadn't said any of that stuff. You don't really have any qualms with it, do you, right? I don't have anything to complain about if they say from 6-9 months ago, well, this is very likely going to happen, blah blah blah, this is the situation, we can't do anything, good luck. But they didn't do that, so that's why they're in the situation they're in now, and maybe in the future. We shall see. But yeah, fuck them. Like having the funeral service guy show up to discuss the service 2 weeks before. Yeah, I mean that's essentially what happened, wasn't it? Exactly like you say. The people that came in that deal with that type of thing came in 3 days. I think it was, yeah, I'm fairly certain it was 3 days, because I think it was the Monday of the week when the meeting was supposed to happen. We found out on the Monday when those people came in, and nothing against the nurses, they didn't do anything wrong, they were just doing their job, and I guess no one had told them that we didn't know yet. So that's good, isn't it? That's probably another, that's the only thing you can put against them, is that somebody didn't bother telling them, so to some degree it's a little insensitive, I suppose. But it was just disgraceful, the whole thing was a fucking disgrace, and I don't know. Now I just look at it from a different lens to how I did before. Before I looked at it and I was, you know, I was hopeful for the future and whatnot, that maybe things would work out and everything would be, you know, fine to a degree. But now I just look at it through the lens of like, I just want to, you know, I want those people to, well, or I want the organization or whatever to pay for what they, for their misdoings. If they can, if there's any way to make that happen, and hopefully there is. Oh, I don't think that counted. Fuck. Yeah, it is like that though. It's like a funeral guy turning up to your house to discuss the funeral of someone that isn't dead yet. And that you didn't know was going to be dying and having a funeral in 2 weeks. It felt like that, yeah. It was very much like a kind of, why are you here? Like, what's this about? We shouldn't be talking to you yet, right? And then turned out, well, actually, yes, we should have. They just sent them too early. It actually could have been even slightly worse, because I did, apparently what ended up happening is that the, I think they were supposed to come the week before, but the person who was supposed to come and do it was sick, so they had like a temp person come in. They just had like a temporary whoever came in to come and do the, fill the, you know, the outgoing appointments for the people that weren't there. So they didn't know anything about the entire situation, so they came and just did what they were told, which was deal with this other stuff, and didn't know anything about anything else. So it could have actually been worse in that we could have actually found out a week before that even. Which I don't know if that would have been better or worse, finding out 3 days or a week before, you know? Just like, oh, it's just a fucking shambles. The whole thing's just off. It's shambolic, the whole fucking thing, man. I just want to hit someone. I really do. I'm not like that very often, but man, I just want to fucking smack someone. Make sure to not let it fester too deep in you. I don't know you, but it sounds like you're dealing with it in a somewhat healthy way by speaking it aloud. I'm happy you care to share. It's... well, there's a couple of reasons, really. There's a break coming up in a minute 40 seconds as well, just so everybody knows, okay? You're going to get cucked by the ads, sadly, so apologies for that. But... so, I mean, well, there's a couple of reasons. It's number one, I'd rather just talk about it than... and get it out on stream, because... once, sooner or later, we're going to have the conversation where I'm going to be sat here on one day, I'm not going to be feeling great about things, obviously, I'm going to be a bit pissed off, and someone's going to go, what's up? You know, and I'd rather, like, bring it up on my own terms than kind of have it forced out of me by someone asking me what's wrong, because they can see that I'm very much not, you know, happy or whatever. And to some degree it affects things, because people here, I want them to know that, you know, things are maybe, I'm not going to be maybe the same person that I always am over the next period of time until this stuff's kind of settled, because, you know, I've got a lot of stuff kind of bubbling away that's really frustrating. But I'm trying to talk about things more than I used to. I very much am one of those people who has always been never really talked to anyone about anything. Typical, stereotypical bloke, really, in that regard. Don't talk about anything, never talked about anything with anybody. Which probably led me down the path that I'm at now, really. But so I never used to do that. But in the last couple of years, since a number of big things happened, including some of that stuff, but also other big events in my life and breakdowns of certain things with people, I've learned to be better about that type of stuff and to actually talk about things more. I still don't do it a huge amount, but I'm better than I used to be, you know? And it just... yeah, kind of like you say, it's better to let it out sometimes than to let it fester, because if I just let it fester and didn't talk about anything, I'd just blow up at someone one day about it. And it'd be kind of a very different scenario to deal with, rather than talking about it and just saying, yeah, I'm a bit fucking pissed off about it, you know? Rather than letting it out on someone one day by just fuming about it. Which I don't believe in all that kind of astrological gubbins, but as someone who is born under the bull star sign, I kind of am one of those people who bottles it up for a while and then blows up on, you know, one occasion with maximum force. So, yeah, it's either neutral or nuclear for me. So... yeah, hopefully no one will get that. They won't get both barrels, but we'll see. I'm going to go for a BRB real quick, though. I'm going to go stretch my legs, grab a drink, and then I'll be back in just a sec, okay, and we'll carry on. So back in just a few, everybody. Okay, I'm back. Welcome back, everybody. Do that to you. I'm a leader, so clearly I must be the false shepherd. Yeah, with all those types of things, they're always just like generalizations, aren't they? So I don't read into it too much, but I feel like if it is true, I'd probably fit my stereotypes kind of down to the ground. But yeah, it's a lot to talk about. Sorry to unload all of that on everybody in chat. I know you're all probably sat there thinking, fuck it hell. Like an hour of that shit. But yeah. It's a lot to carry around, you know. Thank you for the welcome back, Paul. But yeah, who knows what the future will look like though? But yeah, we'll see. Maybe things will work out better than expected. You never know. There's still a small amount of optimism that I have about that. Not very much, but I thought that guy's name was Darth Fuckum then. But yeah, so I mean, there's that, and then obviously, you know, once this is all over in the future, hopefully I can enact my other plan that I've got in the works to some degree to try and properly kick off my life. Which I say that I'm probably waited a little late, considering I'm 26 now. To nearly be properly, you know, starting from scratch with things, but if I'm able to make the other stuff that I want to make happen, then I'll be very happy. If anyone doesn't know about that, or you've never heard about it before, it's my intention at some point or another, hopefully in the not too distant future, but depending on how things work out, to leave the UK and start my life off in a different country, because I just kind of, I don't know, kind of want a bit of change in my life. I mean, that and the UK is kind of going to the dogs these days, what with the cost of everything being so expensive and whatnot. It's just like fucking shambles here as well. So I'd rather try my luck somewhere else and enjoy some nicer weather, you know. So yeah, if I enact that plan and I'm able to head off on my travels, then that'd be a nice thing to do. Do what you need to do, mate. I try, Bob. I try. Not everybody likes that, though. That's the sad reality of it. It's not everybody likes that, as I've said many a time. The thing you'll always get with me, everybody has like their point of difference as a streamer. You know, their thing that they give that people lap up, whatever it is. You know, some people do it. Some people are funny. Some people do certain things. For me, it's like the thing you'll get with me is just about 100% honesty on things. Like I'm never the type of person who just bullshit people. So you get just about the most honest, like real type of stuff you'll actually get on Twitch here. You know, that's my like thing that I guess I have over other people, is I'm honest to a fault with a lot of that stuff. And not a lot of people like that. That's the sad reality of it, you know. Many people come onto Twitch and go, I'm just here to forget about my own problems, which is fair. And in doing so, they don't want to hear about other people's. But also, at the same time, you have to recognize that the people that you watch on Twitch are also people as well. And they also have their own problems in life. And sometimes talking about it, as we've said here, can be a good thing. So, who knows? But yeah. Things could be very different in a couple of years' time, though. You never know. Who knows what I'll be doing and where I'll be. Well, I know where I'd like to be, but whether or not I'll get there, who knows. Some people think I'm mental for this as well, but it's my current ambition. My current aim is to try and make the move to good old America. even though it's actually quite difficult to do that, to be honest. As countries go in the world, moving to America on a permanent basis is quite difficult. So you never know. But that handy dandy degree I was talking about earlier helps with that though. So hey, you never know. Who knows? Maybe by that point, by the time I have the chance to do it, America will feel sorry for Britain. They'll let people come across. They'll be like, yeah, they've suffered enough. Cost of living's too high. Everything's just a joke. Oh, we'll throw him a bone. Got Bob the Turkey over here as well. It's Bob's Thanksgiving alter ego. Not that we celebrate Thanksgiving over here, of course, but I know all the American folks will be celebrating it tomorrow. I guess if they do celebrate it, which I think most people in America do. I wonder if Native American people celebrate Thanksgiving. I would assume they wouldn't, right? Because it is kind of like a holiday that's essentially celebrating the destruction of their civilization. I wonder if Native American people celebrate Thanksgiving or have any kind of celebration at Thanksgiving as well. If like it's become a thing where they just kind of do it as a tradition as well because they're long since, you know, away from those generations. But kind of an interesting thought. I've never thought about that before. Thanksgiving's always been kind of an interesting holiday though, like the idea of the stuff that they do, the traditions for it. I find it kind of interesting. It'd be cool to experience it one day. And there's a shitload of food, which we only do at Christmas here, of course, once a year. Versus in America, they do it kind of like twice a year. So it'd be nice to have the extra holiday. That's what I should do for like the ultimate food experience. Is just go to America for Thanksgiving, have all the food there, and then fuck off back home for Christmas, have all the food back home. Great, isn't it? Double dipping. Be amazing. I've come up with the perfect plan there. Then I get to have basically like 2 Christmas dinners every year. It's great. I do love a Christmas dinner, gotta say. Well, that was a game. Very unmemorable one, but it was indeed a game. So many Bobs. Also, good evening, everyone. I'm out. Keep well. Remember, you're awesome. I'll catch you next time. Have a good one, Bob. Thanks for being out, man. Hope the games treated you and your friends well. And thanks for being here, mate. Thank you for liking the YouTube stream as well, Bob. As you always do. Oh, red dessert. I know it's desert, but I'm going to deliberately pronounce it wrong because I know someone out there will be fuming. There's always someone who hates it when you do that. Like I said the other day about the Challenger 2 TES, we call it the Elder Scrolls, and there was always that one guy that'd be like, it's not called the Elder Scrolls. It is in my mind. It's funnier if I call it the Elder Scrolls because you get angry about it. Don't Canadians have a different Thanksgiving? Triple dip? You know what, Bowl? You might be right. I think yeah, Canadians might well have like a Thanksgiving-y thing. Or is it just Canada Day? They don't call it like Thanksgiving. They definitely have something, don't they? The Canadians, now I think about it. Because Canada's like the weird sort of in-between culture between the UK and the US, isn't it? It's sort of like a bit of both. I remember when I went to Canada briefly, while I was on that road trip in America, I went over the border into Canada to go to Niagara and see the waterfall. Which I did. There's actually a photo of me drenched in spray underneath the waterfall, which was really nice. But I went over there, and the place that I stayed at, there was a pub opposite. And I wandered into the pub and had a pint of Guinness. Didn't feel very much like a pub we'd have home here, but it was a pub nonetheless. And I wandered into the pub and I had a cheeky pint. So there you go. I had a nice pint and I don't remember what else I did. I think I slept overnight, went saw the waterfall, and then the next day I was off. But yeah. I also remember as well when I crossed from the US to the Canadian border.
Hello there.
Hello there. Welcome in. I was going to say Dominic, but it's not, is it? It's Domink. Welcome in. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, I remember when I crossed the border between the US and Canada, which was, it was on a bridge or something. I don't remember. But there was like the checkpoint thing where you go through and then you kind of walk through the, you know, kind of like you do at an airport. You just walk through and give your passport to the bloke and then he lets you go through. All I remember is that whoever it was who was like the bloke on the desk was the most miserable man I've ever met. He really did not want to be there. I always heard about, you know, Canadians being nice people, and I went down, I'm like, oh, you go talk to this bloke, and I tried to be nice, you know, I tried to sort of not make light of the situation, but I tried to sort of like keep it light. I thought, you know, it was late at night, early in the morning, he's probably, you know, he's probably had a day already, this fella. But I'll be a bit of a, not a bit of a joker, but I'll be, you know, kind of try and keep it kind of light-eyed. He had fucking none of it, mate. He did not give a shit about anything I said. He just stone-faced me the whole time, and I was like, oh, okay then. I'll just be going then, shall I? I just kind of left. He gave me my passport back, and I pissed off. I was like, okay, this bloke fucking hates me. Alright. Oh, wait a minute. Is Stream Elements down today? Hold on a moment. Is Stream Elements having... No, hold on. Give me a second. Oh, yeah, it is. Okay. Well, Stiggy Man as well. Thank you very much for the follow. It didn't pop up, weirdly. I don't know why. None of the alerts, I guess, are going off. No, hang on. Bol, your sub went off earlier as well, though. But neither of the follows have gone off today. That's a bit odd. I don't know what that's about. But thank you so much for the follow earlier as well. I appreciate it. Hopefully I didn't seem like an asshole because I didn't acknowledge it, because I genuinely... It didn't even pop up in my activity feed, weirdly. Has Stream Elements said anything for a while other than we're taking a break? Nah, Stream Elements must be balked. It's not even posting like the regular messages, you know, like the primes, the one about priming and stuff like that. Stream Elements must be balked today then, I guess. Or it broke partway into the stream after Bol. Bol, you broke it with your resub, mate. What are you doing? Can't believe it, Bol, that you broke Stream Elements like that. Vandalism from Bol breaking the bot for us. Unbelievable, man. How could you do that, Bol? How could you break Stream Elements like that? You've ruined it for everybody now. SMH my head. Because I looked at it, I ended up tabbing out, and I was thinking, like... Because I know earlier the random bot guy came in and actually followed the channel. The one who just immediately asked me to add him on Discord. But it never popped up, and I thought, oh, maybe it's just because it's a brand new account or something. But then, so I knew where we were when we started. And, yeah, we've gone up by a couple, and I was like, oh, I'll have a quick look just to, you know, check the actual list and see. And yeah, I guess they followed. So my bad if my bad that I didn't say anything, because I genuinely didn't know. But thank you so much for that, though. I really appreciate it. We had a nice little chat. Excuse me while I fuck shit up. You little troublemaker, you little scamp. Bloody Bol, man. Always breaking things, isn't he? He's always breaking things, this Bol. What a little joker he is. Hello. Nice, that's the guy behind me, wasn't it? The T90, I'm almost certain of it. Yes, it was, who I was looking at, but he backed off, so I thought, you know what, maybe I've got a chance. Turns out, I didn't have a chance. Actually, this is the... that's the safest spot to go. That's 4 SPAs now if I spawn in. Chances of me getting any of these is non-existent. Let's go after the Nesha, you never know. As I block my own fucking missile with the smoke. Yeah, we got him anyway. Oh, there you go. He's doing the... he did it. He said the thing. Where he's like... he's talking in his native language and then he just goes, target. He just says target. Maybe he's just a big fan of the American store chain. He's just a big fan of Target. I was a big fan of Target when I went there. Thought Target was great. Bought some cards. Actually, no. Did I buy cards in... I did buy cards in Target. When I was there, I bought I didn't buy any packs because they were all sold out, but I bought something else there while I was there. I don't know, is it... this is an interesting thought, Bowl. Have you been abroad much, Bowl, in your life? Or have you never really been out and about too much outside the UK? Or have you been abroad here and there? Because the reason I ask is you'll see why with my follow-up in a minute, but I'm just genuinely curious if anyone else is like this or if it's just me and I'm just weird. Have you, or anyone I guess this applies to, anyone in chat who's feeling adventurous and wants to have a chat about something, if you've been outside of your home country much in your life, this will apply to you because it's genuinely an interesting thing, I think. Bollocks, we missed. No, we didn't. How did we... I don't know how we hit. As a child, so might well be... No, honestly... Okay. I'll say it anyway, because maybe as a child you might have experienced this, but as an adult, I don't know. There's something about going to a foreign country and just... I don't know what it is, but I just find it vaguely fascinating to just have a look at foreign shops. Like, you walk into, like, a foreign supermarket and it's a different world. And there's just something kind of fascinating about it, of just kind of having a bit of a poke around and seeing what it's about. It's really weird. I don't know what it is, but it's like the adult in me is just like, this is a bit strange, isn't it? It's kind of interesting, just having a look about. Seeing what it's like. It's just kind of vaguely interesting. Just being like, oh. Kind of, you know, either similar or different to what I expected. I was like that in America a lot. I was like, this is kind of interesting, seeing what this place is like. Very different or very similar to what we have back home. I think that was part of the reason why I decided in the end that I wanted to, you know, if I was going to go somewhere, I probably wanted to go there. Because there was a lot of stuff that I was like, you know what, this just kind of feels, I like this. Makes sense. Feels right. It's obviously got plenty of downsides, don't get me wrong. I'm not glazing America here and saying it's the best country on earth. Because, I mean, they've got their fair share of problems like every other country on the planet. But there's a lot of stuff there that I was like, yeah, it's kind of like this, you know. I'd see myself wandering into a Target. Well, it was a good, nice little place. I don't know, maybe it's just me. I just find it kind of like fascinating wandering about in foreign places and just going in like foreign shops and things. Like when I was younger and I used to go away a lot more frequently. I was very lucky when I was a youth. But when I used to do that a lot more, I used to find it kind of fascinating back then as well. If I went to France or something, you just go into like a French supermarket somewhere, a Spanish one or something. And you go and you see they'd have this like outrageously massive fish section at the back. And it's just like, bloody hell, we wouldn't have this back home. Half the fish they were selling was probably from the UK waters, to be fair, because we gave it all to the Spanish, but still. That killed the Hellcat, that would have been nice. But it's just, I don't know, I just find it kind of fascinating wandering around foreign places like that. And just kind of, even though it's just a boring old thing like a shop, it's just something about it, just being like, oh, that's what it's like. I feel like you learn a lot about people based upon the shops that they have in their country. You can learn a lot about a people. How is that? Oh, okay, maybe it was a touch low. If that was a few micro pixels higher, I think that guy dies. Fucking Hellcat is sat there as well in cover. That almost too low as well. The Hellcat's spotting me and that scares me a bit because I think the Leopard 2 is going to slam me. And I don't... How am I firing all of these too low? I keep increasing the height every time and I still hit low. There we go. Thank you. You can buy a whole cow. Yeah. There was actually, I suppose it's like to some degree when you go to like a place like Spain or whatever and you see that they have, well, it's like the culture and all that's very different in it as well. And you can buy like those whole like ham legs and things. Was it Iberico or whatever? Things like that. You'll see things like that and it's just like, bloody hell, you wouldn't see that, but you'd see that in an M&S maybe back home here, but you have to go to a posh place to find things like that, or a Waitrose if you wanted to see that type of shit. You ain't gonna see that in a Sainsbury's now, are you? It's just, I don't know, I just used to find it quite interesting. It's one of, maybe I'm just boring, I don't know, but I just find it kind of fascinating wandering around places like that and just kind of being like, yeah, interesting. That's what it's like. No, I felt weirdly at home there, so part of the reason that prompted me when I got back to start thinking about like, well, would this be something I want to do in the future? And I decided, you know what, yeah, I think it would. I think it'd be pretty cool. The only problem is doing it. Bloody difficult. Moving to any other country in the world is quite difficult, to be fair, but there is a particularly annoying place to try and go to, the US. But no, I love my time there. I thought it was great, and I hope that I can go back again at some point. Who knows if I actually will be able to, because I mean, you know, life throws its curveballs at us, and who knows if I'll have the opportunity to do it again, but if I do, I think it will be rather nice. Hello. Never mind, you were looking at me as well, because I thought you were already fighting some people, Mr. T72 terms, but you weren't, because my team are a bunch of pussies, and they wouldn't fight you. GG to them. Makes sense, seeing things which overall are the same, but yet so different. Yeah. I don't know, it's just something interesting about it, just wandering around in like a foreign shop. But then also it's like, this is the thing as well. It's kind of fascinating just seeing what like the culture is like in other countries in regards to their shops. Because I like, at one point when I was there, me and Oreo were killing a bit of time because we were going to go to someone's house. It was one of her old work colleagues that she was friends with had invited her over to, I think they were going to do something. I don't remember what it was exactly. They were going to do something and they were like, oh no, I know what it was. They were planning on going out for dinner or something anyway. And then I just happened to be there and they were like, wow, you want to come as well? I was like, fuck it. So I did. And then while we were there, they invited us to their house. And they said, oh, like next week we're doing this. You guys can come over and hang out if you want. I was like, okay, that's a bit interesting to invite a random stranger to your house, but fair enough. Maybe we will. And we decided we were going to go over, but we had a bunch of time to kill during the day. So we just went to a mall that was nearby. That's the most like American word ever, isn't it? People over here would call it the mall, but that sounds a bit popular. It's not a popular. Posh, doesn't it? We just call them fucking shopping centres, don't we? Or the name of what it is. You're like, oh, I'm going to, I don't know, whatever the place is called. And yeah, we ended up going to one of those places. And it was really weird how like the same but different it was. We walked down it and you think, I can kind of see it as if it was one at home. But then you see some random shop and you're like, you wouldn't see that in a UK shopping centre, you know? You wouldn't see like a tabletop RPG shop in there. That shit would have gone bust years ago. No one would have bought shit from there. It's always just the same like chain shops you always find in UK places like that. You never find smaller independent places. That was kind of fascinating. And then I just found out about like really weird shops that exist that I'm like, that just wouldn't happen in the UK. Like my favorite one that I always talk about that I found hilarious to know of its existence was this place which people are gonna, American people in the chat are gonna go, oh god, and then people who know about this because I talked about it before are gonna be like, oh, this again. There's this place called Spencer's that I found out about. That was like the weirdest place I've ever been in, where, you know, I think it was there was this rubber duck piercing that Oreo had seen and she wanted to try and find it, and they had one in there in one of their cabinets and she wanted to get it, and I was just kind of perusing the store as you do, because I was like, oh, I'll just leave it to her, just fucking walk around and have a look at some shit. And needless to say, it's a bit of a trip going into a shop like that, because there's a lot of random stuff in there. You can buy, you know, or like cushions and mugs and stuff. You know, you can buy like, say, piercing bits and things like that. And then at the back, there was just a massive wall of sex toys. I was just like, oh, okay. What the fuck kind of place am I inside right now? What is this shop? I was like, whoa, hang on a minute. I was like, this, you wouldn't see this back home. Fucking Christ. I was like, I was just wandering about and I was just like, wait a minute, what is all that shit? And then I realized and I was like, bloody hell, man, you wouldn't see that in a UK shopping centre. They get fucking banned for that. Kick them out. I was like, bloody hell. Did I get lost? Well, I was kind of confused. It was like a fucking Narnia moment where I'd like walked through the shop that I was like, it felt like a... I'll tell you the best way to describe it, Bol. Not that they really exist anymore. It felt a little bit like an HMV. A little bit. You know, it had that same vibe of an HMV. And I was like, oh, okay, this place is like vaguely interesting. I was looking at stuff and they had like mugs and stuff and they had like a Gengar mug. And I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. Gengar mug, yeah. And then I thought it was kind of weird when I looked next to it, and then next to the Gengar mug, there was a mug of a giant ball sack. And I was like, oh, that's kind of funny, isn't it? I should have known at that point that something was up with this place. And then when I went to the back, that's when I saw the wall of stuff, and I was like, whoa, hang on a minute. I was like, what fucking place am I in? And then I kind of asked about it, and I was like, is this normal that like, this shit exists in places? Like, yeah, it's kind of... Yeah, there's a lot of these places around, and I was like, oh, okay. Interesting. Versus back home, it's very much like, that would not exist. That type of place would just not exist. So it's kind of, I don't know, it's just kind of weird and interesting wandering around in, like, foreign shopping centres and things. Just sort of seeing what it's like in foreign places like that. It was a fascinating trip wandering around in places like that. And the other thing in shopping centres over there compared to here, which is kind of a go-figure thing, but there's so many more like food and drink places. Over here, it's like you always just get the same like 2 chains in places like that. And none of them you ever want. You know? But over there was so much stuff, and there's so many little like mini independent places, and I ended up getting I think I got a great iced coffee off one of them. It was bloody brilliant, it was. Cheeky little iced coffee, it was great. Wandering about in a shopping centre after being, you know, traumatised by what I'd seen in the back of that shop. And then, you know, I had a cheeky little iced coffee, it was great. To dull the pain. It really was a weird place, though. When I say, like, the type of stuff they had in there, it wasn't just, like, you know, what you'd expect. There was a lot of stuff in there that was a bit more extreme, shall we say, and I was very much, like, I felt very uncomfortable wandering around that shop. After I'd figured out what was lurking in the back, I felt very, very uncomfortable walking around in there. I was like, oh, fucking hell, this is weird. To be fair, closest shopping centre near me is 90% empty shops, the rest being phone repairs or vape places. Yeah, well, I haven't been to mine for a while. I don't think I will either. I used to do all my Christmas shopping there, but then since I kind of got older, I just do it all online now. I don't bother going out to places because it's just easier. But the one closest to me is actually not doing too badly. They have a Lego shop there now. They never used to have that, but someone told me one had opened, and I was like, oh, typical, of course. Now I'm not a kid anymore. Fucking Lego shop opens up. Bastards. I'd have gone there when I was younger. Been great. But the actual area around where I live, which has its own, like, you know, town centre bit. Fucking dead there, mate. But the area where I say where I'm from, where I live, is very much like abandoned. You'd think if you just randomly came across it, from just the amount of empty buildings. There's like a bank left, and then not much else. And even that, to be fair, like bank buildings these days are kind of on the fritz. I think those places will be gone soon. But everything kind of closed down. I mean, I can't blame them though either, because like a lot of businesses go out of business because they don't get enough people going to them, which you think, okay, well, why don't more people go to them? Because they have to pay ridiculous prices to park. So like if you're going somewhere and you're already intending on spending some money on some goods, do you really want to go and spend £5 to park for 2 hours? No. No, you don't. Who in their right mind is going to spend a £5 on parking for 2 hours? It's a fucking joke. And then they're like, well, no one's going to these businesses anymore. Oh, well, we're losing out on money. We better up the parking prices because, you know, we need to make some money off these people. It's like, yeah, now even less people are going to go there, aren't there? You idiots. Comical, really. Actually, I should just jump in the storm and not the TTD again. Plus, like, 3 carts selling corn of all things. Interesting. There was a little place, actually. There was a great little stall that I used to see at the big shopping centre in the next city closest to me. There used to be a little stall where there was someone there from a company who used to do, like, chocolate work. And they used to have a whole bench full of, like, chocolate items that they created that you could get that were, like, kind of novelty gifts. So I remember once, one of the things I bought for someone was like a chocolate tool set. Like it was a little mini toolbox, like plastic toolbox or whatever, cardboard toolbox. And inside it was just full of like sprayed like metal looking chocolate tools. Like there was a spanner, a screwdriver, there was a hammer in there. There's a bunch of stuff in there. It was really cool. The actual chocolate was super nice. And I was like, ah, it was a cool little place to have. Never, can't say there was corn though. Yeah, like iPhone repair stands and vape places. That's just about what you see in most of them these days. Yeah. Yeah, I bought that bought it as a gift one year, and I was like, oh, that's quite cool. I think it was either a Christmas thing or a birthday thing or something. And I was like, that's quite nice. There used to be little stands of bits and pieces like that about that I used to dabble in every now and again, but not too much. But there was a few of them. I used to think were pretty nice. Like there was kind of the odd little thing that it's like you wouldn't go there for specifically because, oh, I'm going to buy that. But you're there and you go, well, yeah, it's not bad. You just kind of pick something up while you're there, you know. You're like, oh yeah, I'll pick up that. Why not? So, you know, not too expensive. I'm not paying £3 million for something I didn't expect. And you're happy with whatever you get. Well, that one's bigger than my head, so I don't even know how that's possible. I mean, there was some element of that, but there was a lot of shit in there, Bowl. That's all I'm saying. I don't want to remember the horrors of that place. All right, that was a harrowing experience for me. That was a weird shop. That's all I'm gonna say, mate. That is. If you ever find yourself in America, I almost called you Bevan then. Bowl. If you ever find yourself in America and you randomly pass one in a shopping center somewhere, just go have a wander around just so you can experience the weirdness of what I saw that day. Of just wandering in and being like, yeah, it was just a harmless little play. Oh, it looks interesting, doesn't it? Oh, and then just finding out what lurks beneath. That was a weird day. It was funny though. I suspect my reaction probably said it all when I was like, hold on a minute. Question for Gaijin. Who the fuck bombed me? Because there hadn't been a plane in the sky for like 20 seconds? Who exactly dropped the bomb on my head there then? Because this guy's just spawned, so this is a new set of planes. Who the fuck bombed me? Bullshit is what that is. Absolute total bullshit. And I'm getting YOLO'd by him now as well. I'm running. This T-72 beanie is that. Oh, fuck you, man. This guy's just going to YOLO me. Oh, it's Ginseng or Ginseng. I played against this guy the other day. I also love how he's YOLOing me in my spawn as an SPAA, and this T-72 is still like... Oh my god. Likes to do burr. I think burr is what's going on in his head constantly. Fucking hell. Interesting. I saw some things in there, Bol. Let me just... I can't speak of the things I saw in that shop. No, it wasn't that bad, but like, there's a lot of stuff that I saw that I was just like, what the fuck? This is just in a random shopping center? See, because I was thinking, like, back when if you're a youth or whatever, right? Like, back when I was a young... Not a young'un, but I was like, you know... Go to a place like that. You're like, oh... That place looks interesting. I'll pop in there and grab that Gengar mug on the side. You were a child and you walked in there. It'd be harrowing. And the thing is as well, just to point this out, because I pictured the scene of it, it isn't like, oh, there was like a curtain or anything, or there was like a bit at the back that was like a, you go through like a special door and then it's just there. It's just on the back wall. It's just like you get halfway through the shop and then it just transitions to, it's just all penis memorabilia and stuff, basically. It was weird, man. Because over here, you know, it'd probably be like one of those things where regulations-wise, it'd have to be like, oh, there'd be a sign on the wall that says, past this point, and no one's allowed to be here who's under the age of 18. And there'd be like a door or something you'd have to go through, you know? They'd have to put it in like the dingy back section of the shop. And there'd be like a little shed that you go inside or whatever. Back there, it was just there on the fucking wall. There was just dicks everywhere. It was fucking edible ones, like sweets and stuff. There was a fucking giant penis lollipop that I found, and I was like, Jesus Christ, man, this is... I'm out of my depth here. But fucking Christ, this is not the shop for me. So it was the weirdest experience walking in that place, mate, let me tell you. It was kind of hilarious, but also at the same time, I was like... Hello. Joe, I don't think he knew we were there. It seemed a little... If I didn't get stuck on that block, I was going to ram that guy because I thought that would have been quite funny. Oh, back up, 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 back up. This might have been a small error in judgment. Please tell me this. Oh, no, it's not the gap. Where's the gap in the buildings? Fuck. Oh, I was just off as well. If I shot through that gap in the buildings, that would have been brilliant. Yeah, those little bead curtains. Exactly. You know the ones. Yeah, exactly. The little bead curtains that anyone touches and it starts making a clacking noise so that everybody knows someone's gone in there. I mean, that is what Britain's like, though, to be fair, you know? But they'll have, like, you know, it could be, like, anything. And they'll just put, like, anything behind one of those sections in a shop. I don't think... Do you know what? Genuinely, now I think about it, I don't think I've ever been in any of those sections in a British shop in anything. I don't think I've ever had any need to go in one. Ever. Even if it was just, like, the most unnecessary section for something like that ever. I've never been in one of those areas. You'd never be able to look at you know, you'd never be able to go back to the shop again if you did, though. That everybody would know. They'd just be staring at you like you're some kind of fucking weirdo for going anywhere near it. I just find it hilarious, though. It's just such a funny, like... It was such a weird place, man. I was just very not... I was not prepared for it. Let's just say that. Just, oh, just a little shop. Just looks kind of interesting. And there's just that wall of penises at the back. I mean, fucking hell, mate. Everywhere. Everywhere you look, there was more of them. Ridiculous. I guess we can't target lock this fella. Alright. Oh, nice. He goes behind there after I fire. Fucking hell. There's a shop on Oxford Street that I got dragged into and I didn't know how to feel. A shop, you say? On Oxford Street? What kind of shop we talking here, Bol? I think I know the type of thing you're referring to, but... Why did you get dragged into it? Was it just the classic thing of someone going, let's just go in here for a laugh? I swear, you see people who do that all the time, and they'll be like, let's just do this thing for a laugh, and you think, you don't want to do it for a laugh, you actually want to go in there, don't you? Don't lie to us. I swear it's like, people do that all the time, don't they? Oh, that'd be funny, let's just go in there. It's like, will it? You actually just want to justify going in there, don't you? Fucking do it, no one gives a shit. But that was a weird experience going in that place though, mate. Let me tell you. See, if I ever get back there, I'll have to go in there again just to make sure I didn't hallucinate the whole thing, just to make sure that it wasn't just some weird situation of like, I imagined the whole thing and I'm just talking bollocks now. I know that's not the case because I've spoken to people about it, and when I say, oh, I just went into this place, everyone goes, oh, you went in there, and I'm like, yeah. But I've got to like reaffirm it to myself that this actually happened and it wasn't just some kind of like strange dream. Oh, hello, it's an AFT-09! He's killed me. You get. Do you know what's going to happen to you, AFT-09? You're about to get Stormer HVM'd, mate. Just you fucking wait, you little bugger. Two can play at the missiles game, pal. Where are you? He's just fucked off, hasn't he? Oh, I can't shoot through there either. Okay, I'm a little scared now. I don't like this. I'm scared, dude. I think the AFT, is he dead? Someone killed him. There's another fucking phantom bomb. Where did that come from? A mile late. I didn't even see the guy on the radar either. Okay. Never mind. X wanted me to see what it was like, and she was far more embarrassed than I was. Oh. That's kind of funny. That's kind of hilarious though, Bol. Just wandering in there. No, I don't know. I thought it was a strange experience going in that place. That's quite funny though that happened. Oh, we're unrealistic. Yeah. How are we doing on the old things already? 27. 26. That's actually not terrible. Where's the TTD? I don't think it's going to be doing well, to be honest. I did really poorly when I had the thing with it. There it is. 28 for... Oh, 28 for 52. Never mind. Better than I expected. It's a bit different than just surprise... Surprise cock wall. Yeah, I didn't know what I was getting into, basically. You wouldn't have known it from the outside of the shop. You know? It just looked like the type of place that you go, oh, it's just got like... Because of course you couldn't see all that from the front of the shop. I wasn't warned that that type of thing was in that place either, so I just wandered in. I'm just like, oh, look, Pokemon and stuff over there. Oh, Pikachu. Oh, that's cool, isn't it? Yeah. And then I was looking at like the piercing cabinets where they had all of like the various different, you know, ear studs and nose studs and septum rings and stuff. And I was like, oh, there's some cool stuff there. I was looking for there for a while because I said she was looking for a duck one. So I was looking for all the cabinets for him. They had like 3 or 4 of those like glass spinning cabinets and I was looking for it. I think I ended up finding one, but I don't remember if I did or not. And then I just went off. I was like, oh, you know, you can deal with this or whatever. I'll just go. I think I remember I mentioned the fact that they sold squashies there as well. Because I was like, oh, that's weird. You know, they're British, aren't they, squashies? You don't see them in America. It's like drumsticks. And then I mentioned about how squashies are inferior to the original drumstick format on a stick. Because original drumsticks are just goated. They were my favourite sweet as a youth. When I was a kid, if ever I was at school and they brought in like sweets, they'd always bring in lollipops. Whenever they did it for some reason. I don't know why. Maybe it was just easier for them to give out. And they always give out lollipops, and I always have a drumstick if I had the chance. I fucking loved them. They were great. I loved the drumstick. And so I was like, oh, squashies. That's kind of cool, isn't it? I haven't seen squashies for a while. And I was just kind of minding my own business. And then I kind of saw there was like one of those bag of dicks things, you know? The whole like thing that has like the message on the front where it's just like, tell your friend to eat a bag of dicks, and it's just like a bunch of gummy penises. And I was like, oh, that's kind of that's comical, isn't it? Wow, that's funny. And then after that is when I looked up, and then I saw the wall. I was like, oh, okay, this is. I was in too deep at that point. I was too far towards that back end of the store, and I was like, oh god, this is bad now. And then I think Oreo ended up finishing whatever she was doing. She was like, oh yeah, I forgot to mention this. And I was just like, oh, yeah, you did forget to mention all of this at the back. This large part of the store that was conveniently not mentioned about. Didn't know walls went that high. It felt like that, mate, honestly. I was like, whoa, Jesus Christ. I seem to remember I'm fairly certain, now I might be wrong, but part of me recalls that when I went in there, when I was there, I think maybe after like buying the initial thing, she found something else she wanted to get, and so went back up to like the counter to speak to the person. And the person who worked in there was like a youngish, I don't know, like probably 20-year-old like woman, and she had like loads of piercings and tattoos and stuff, and they were talking about piercings and tattoos. And then she mentioned the fact that Oreo mentioned the fact that obviously I was like, you know, just, we were just waiting to go to a friend's house or whatever, and I was just here on vacation, just kind of wandering about. And it was my first time coming into this place, and it was kind of just one of those things where the person was just like, yeah, it's an experience. And I was just like, yeah, you could say that. But they made some comment, I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was something along those lines, I'm fairly certain, where they said something funny like that, and I was like, yep, this is something. Certainly is something. At least they know. Probably. I mean, if they're working there, though, they probably get it all the time, where I bet there's people who don't know any better and just wander in, and they're just like, what is this? So, it was kind of funny, though. I met a lot of nice people while I was over there, though. A lot of nice folks that I had, you know, chats with here and there. It was very, very different to over here. That's one of the biggest things, though, compared to the US versus the UK, though. Like, people over there are way, like, friendlier. You know? Like, they talk to each other a lot more. Do that type of thing. Over here, it's very much like... I don't know, maybe I do this as well, but I like do as little as I can to have to talk to people. I can't walk into a shop somewhere and I'm like, I'll just use a self-service checkout because I don't want to talk to people. But like, nobody talks to anybody. But then over there, it's almost like... It's a little annoying at times, depending on what you're doing, but like, people just want to talk to you all the time. And they just like ask you about all the, you know, stuff that's going on or whatever. And it's just like, that's just kind of weird. As a British person, it's almost like weirdly uncomfortable that some random person's just asking you about how's it going. Because I mean, as me and Bol well know, or anyone else from Britain here knows, your average conversation with someone in Britain is you walk up to them and go, alright. And they go, yeah, alright. You know, yeah, not too bad. And that's it. Past that, it's like, you know, it's the end of the conversation, practically. This is so hard to judge this shot over the top of this bloody thing. Okay, let's just fuck off. That's not working out very well. But it's just like, it's so weird, like, talking to people all the time, and just seeing these weird interactions where people would, like, walk up and say things to people, you know? Like, I remember there was one that I know she said about before, where we were, I think it was, we went and bought food somewhere. It was, like, just in a random, like, Walmart or something. And there was this woman with her kids who was like, we went up to the checkout and there was just this woman with her kids who was stood there. And she just like came up and, you know, did the whole like, oh, excuse me. And I was just like, oh, is she going to ask me to like help with something or something like that? And then she just like randomly gave her a compliment. And I was just like, oh, I was like, what the fuck's going on? just randomly like complimenting her about her like piercings or whatever, or her tattoos or something. I was just like, is this, are we living on planet Earth? I was like, Britain, mate. Someone tell you to fuck, you probably get stabbed for doing that. You get within 6 feet of someone in a shop, you're getting stabbed. I was just like, bloody hell, it's just a bit, everyone's so friendly, it's weird. They're weirdly nice. Because at first I was kind of like a bit suspicious of it, and then I realised I was like, well, just kind of everybody just seems to be like it, really. Kind of nice. Southern problems, honestly, man. Southern problems. I ain't killing this fella, guarantee it. Alright, I am killing this fella, I guarantee it. Get star streaked. I don't know what this music is. Yeah, southern problems indeed. I do feel like, though, American people tend to gravitate towards talking to British people, though, when they see them about in America. They're sort of sometimes vaguely fascinated by us. I'm not really sure why, always, but something about it. Being a British tourist in America is always strange. Not in a bad way, but it's always just kind of odd as an experience. Sometimes it's like you've come from a different planet, you know? Well, I'm gonna die, so we'll drop all the... No, we're not gonna drop all the bombs. Never mind. We're gonna die to the Nesha. To the Nesha? To the... whoever it was who shot my Nesha out of the sky. There's no point even firing this, genuinely. Okay. See, look, it's like I fired it and it's already gone past the thing. I can't hit drones with this thing if they're within a certain distance. They're too close. Even this guy's going to be a pain to try and snipe. Oh, caught his tail, though. Not bad. I'd assume some of those states, it's a bit of a novelty for them. Maybe. Well, I guess to some degree, right? If you think about it, if you live in a touristy place, you probably see people all the time. But I guess somewhere like that that's... Well, should I say that? It is kind of touristy, isn't it? Like that. It could be a touristy place. Yeah, in certain less touristy places, I can imagine it being a bit of a strange novelty. Being someone from the United Kingdom of England land. So, yeah, I get that, I guess. I could see it. Yeah, it kind of threw me off. I did say as well, I think it took basically until the last 2 or 3 days for someone to comment on my accent, though, which I thought was funny. Maybe there's just more British people around there than I thought. But it was, I was in a sushi restaurant, and there was like a young chap was the bloke who's like serving, and I was just, you know, chatting away with him, and I mentioned there was some there was a sushi roll on the menu that had like eel in, and it referred to like Britain, I guess, because of, you know, the connection with eels and London. And I said to him when he came over, I was like, well, I've got to be fitting and have that one, right? Because of where I'm from. And then he just kind of said like, oh, you got a really cool accent or something. I was just chatting to him for a minute. And he was like, oh, what you doing over here? And I said, oh, I'm just over here for a couple of weeks. And he said that he knew someone who was like it was like similar age to me or whatever, he had like a friend who was moving over from the UK to the US, and he thought it was me first of all, and so we're just like chatting about, you know, the place. It was the first person the entire time I've been there that had commented on my accent. I thought it was kind of odd, because I thought someone would have before that, even if it was just, are you from Australia? I thought someone would have said something. Nobody said anything until like, I don't know, it must have been day 11, day 10 out of 14. And then someone said something, and it was this bloke. I was chatting with him. I remember also I was chatting with him at the end because at this place they had like one of the things that I decided to drink just because I thought I'd have it was I tried some sweet tea. It was way too sweet for me. It was literally like drinking sugar. And I ended up having the first one and I was just kind of talking to him about it and I was like, yeah, it's a little strong for me. Bit strong for my blood. And we were just chatting about it. Yeah, there's a lot of good people though. I was wondering how many Australian comments you get. None. None. I can't believe it. 0. No one asked me if I was from Sydney or from Australia or anything. It was crazy. I was blown away. More people on Twitch asked me if I'm from Australia than people from bloody in America, apparently. Wild. I was genuinely surprised no one asked me if I was from Australia. I don't know. It was just kind of funny. No one bothered me about it at all. So. Anyway, I'm going to go for a BRB. I'll be back in 3 minutes and then we'll carry on. So back in a few. Okay, I'm back. Welcome back. Crazy, the films have lied to me. Honestly, mate, I felt lied to as well. I felt cheated. I felt cheated that no one asked me which part of Australia I was from. I was devastated. I wasn't actually devastated, but you know what I mean. I was like, what is this? What sorcery is this? No one's asked me. It was weird. I decided to look it up because I was genuinely curious because I thought about something and I was like, at Spencer's place, what is it like classed as? Right? I went to go like look at it. This is their like tagline thing, right? This is what they say. Body jewelry, graphic tees, lingerie, and lava lamps. And then it just has a dash and just says Spencer's. And there you go. It's like a... I guess they consider it like a kind of... Fucking who knows. There's another one where it says it's referred to as Spencer's Gifts. So there you go. I guess that's another thing. It's like a gifts. It's like a gift store considered. It's also in Canada apparently. There you go. It's considered like a gift store. See, you wouldn't expect that in the back of Mankind, would you? That's a gift store. God, Mankind would be a completely different shop if you walked in the back of there and there was that fucking wall at the back. That would be traumatizing for the people in there looking for RC cars and tat. That's all that shop sells is just shit tat, to be fair. I used to think Mankind was great, and then I realised that, I don't know, they just don't really sell anything useful in there. Like they're trying to catch you out? Yeah! Could you imagine? Oh, they sell gifts in there. Maybe I'll find something to pick up for someone's birthday. You don't know any better. You walk in the doors, and then they've got you. You know? You're like, well, maybe there's something in the back of the store. Well, there is, just not what you're expecting. All I'm saying. It literally was half the shop as well. It was what a time. That was a funny day. That wasn't first strike. Oh, that's probably one of the earliest kills I've ever gotten that didn't get me a first strike medal. I'm almost a bit sad about that. Oh, he was there. I was going to say, I don't think that guy's actually there. I couldn't see him. He was the whole time. Fascinating. Simply fascinating. Hello, Mr. Putin. He's on the corner. I don't really want to push up too far because I know I'm just going to get absolutely jumped by somebody. And I don't fancy that. Ooh. Okay, we are in a bit of a hole now. We must kill somebody to free up some space for ourselves, and I was about to say that T-72 is who I choose, and then I bounced off his lower plate. There we go. Thank you for making it right. I swear that Puma just shot me then as well. What is happening here? Vickers Mark 7 and SPAA about to walk across here. What is going on this map right now? I'm so confused as to like the enemy team's like aggressive positioning. Brachia. Ah. Bloody Puma. There is a guy right on top of him, but they ain't gonna fight him. Whoever that guy is 2S38 or whatever, has been a bit of a pussy. Oh, he's kind of tucked in, never mind. He's tucked in like a little gap, I didn't realise. I thought he could have easily swung behind him, but it was harder to get to him than it looked. Never mind. He was still being a bit scared though, whoever it was. Oh, it might have been a CV90. Yeah. I hope I get the chance to go back there at some point. Nice. I hope I get the chance to go back to America again at some point, and even if it's just another trip, you know, and not as a third adventure. But, yeah. It was a good laugh, that trip. I enjoyed it very much. I kidded myself for a second there. I went, oh, aircraft. Now I realized it was a drone, and I thought, yeah, it ain't worth it, is it? I think it's shooting at the sodding drone. Non-pen. Nice. I do only have like 30 pen, I think it is, with this thing. Not a lot, but it's enough for planes. Speaking of planes... Any second now. I actually have half a chance, because it's at least far away. Yeah, basically, the only time I can kill planes with this thing is they have to fly, like, dead straight. Otherwise, I just miss them. Because they're just too hard to, like, adjust to on the fly. If they fly in a straight line, though, I catch a lot of them, and it's great. They just don't do that very often. And yeah, there's me and one person here now who's over there who's in the smoke, and is probably going to die in a minute, and that's scary. Where are the planes? There we go. No way I'm killing anyone here, is there? Oh, yeah, there is. There's a double. We're getting riddled with bombs, though. I actually lived that. That was cheeky, wasn't it? Bloody hell. The Stormer HVM actually going places right now. I'm killing planes today. What is happening? Maybe it was a mix the other day of it being hard to kill planes, but also me just being shit one day when I played it. I don't know. Because I seem to be doing a lot better now than I was back then. At least for killing planes, isn't it? Helicopters easy to kill. Alright, that one might be a bit too much. Ooh, get moving. Run. We didn't run fast enough. We actually got turned invisible. We got hit so hard. We got hit so hard by the Jaguar, we phased out of the map, and he flew into the ground so hard, he went underneath the floor. There you go. Well then. That was an interesting geology experience. Neon orange profile icon frame. Nice. Wow. I'm glad to have picked that up. Yeah, I'm genuinely surprised with the Stormer that I'm getting some kills here and there on planes. Because, like, again, against the helis, it's easy, right? The helis can't just fly out the way of a 1,000-meter-a-second missile flying at them. But the planes can just flick the mouse and do a backflip and dodge it, you know? Also, quick reminder to anyone who's here, if you haven't already, go drop a cheeky like on the YouTube stream. It's free, it helps support the channel. And if you're enjoying today's stream, of which it's a very odd one, then go do it. Helps out. There's a link at the top of the chat in Yoldy Twitch. Oh, this is a horrible map for this thing. What am I supposed to do in the bloody SPAs on this crap? Oh, fucking hell. This is going to be a diabolical match. I've got to try and make the Stormer HVM and the OSA AK work on this map. It's going to be a mess, man. 40 minutes left though. We're gonna see what we can do in that time. Hoping to do some things. Hopefully good things. Or at least semi-good things for our account. Oh, I need to turn quicker because I think they're going to cross this little gap. Okay, there they are. I mean, they'll definitely have spotted me now, but I get a freebie if they pull around the corner. Like that. I think the ZTZ's already fired. Doesn't matter if he fired or not, he came around the corner like a bit of a mug there. Thought that was someone's track then. I was like, oh, it's Jeremy's fucking wheel. Oh, nice. Artillery lands on the head. Lovely. Oh, and I'm repairing as well, right as someone's about to come down this road that I can't see because... Oh no, we're good. No, they are still there. It's a Leopard 2. That's immensely frustrating that I looked away right as that happened. Timing could not have been worse there. That was great. I doubt this Leopard 2 will repeat this, but you never know. He has just shot the T-80, so maybe he'll go in and try and finish him off. Got another person in front of me in front of these buildings. You can't see him, but I can see him on a map. And then you can actually hear their engine. On the left, there was those lights, so I've got to be careful of them as well. That's the Bishma. Who's probably staring at that T-80, so I might get the opportunity to ping one into him. Oh, they went very well, but there you go. You can say I got bank on the fact I can out-reload him, but clearly I can't. So he also killed my loader, I think, which didn't help in that matter. I think I'm gonna go pass out, but we'll leave the stream going. Thanks, Paul. Appreciate it, man. Thanks for hanging out with me. You've been here a long old time chatting with me, and I appreciate it very much, mate. It's kept me sane today. If I was sat here chatting to myself for 4 hours, I think I would have probably ended a few hours ago. Don't think I'd have still been here. So thanks, mate. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the resub again as well. I appreciate that very much. Ah, leave me alone. You know something bad's happening because our crew's screaming. You take it easy, mate. Have a good one. Take care of yourself. I'll see you tomorrow for more Outer Worlds, potentially. So you have a good one, mate. No, I do not want to do that. Why is it not opening the radar menu? There we go. Boss mate, always, most of the time. Yeah. Ah! I can't turn my turret! I'm on fire! That's cruel. The platypus is on fire. Some spins. I don't expect anything from this whatsoever. We'll see. Yep, of course, we got hit by something. I don't know what. I bet it was the 2S38 that hit me. That's my guess. 2S38 back there. Yep. Nailed me. Yeah, the light tank doing a better job than the SPAA missile tracking. That's funny. That guy... Oh no. I don't know how we just got a hit on him and blew his tail off. That is criminal. Okay. This thing's explosion radius from the amount of, like, pure TNT inside of it when it goes off is insane. Hello. Don't really want to get shot by that Christian 2. Christian 2 is the Leopard 2, but it's the Swedish variant, basically. It's just pretty much the same vehicle. It's just the Swedish Leopard 2. But this thing being so slow to turn its big old, you know, gun platform around is quite annoying. Like, you lose out on a lot of opportunities in this thing by just being too slow to spin it around, which hopefully the 40% increase from horizontal drive will be good, and I'll be able to spin it around a bit quicker. This time, though, there's 3 jets coming, which is actually kind of good news for us, because we got opportunities to shoot people that might not get immediately decked by somebody else, unless they spawn behind me again. And they haven't, that's good. I bet everyone goes for the Nesher, but I'm going after him anyway. I only say that because he was the first one to spawn. Come on, missile! I can't even see it, I don't know where it went, and somehow we survived. No idea how, but we did. Okay, now we ain't living that one though. Oh my god, the platypus survives. Never mind. We're on fire, and I can't put it out myself. Please! Please! The ZSU can't come over and help me. Please! No! We apparently died to a drone. I'm gonna guess then the guy must be on a drone now. According to that, I got bombed, a 1,000-pound bomb by a drone. That's obviously just one of those ones where he's on the drone now then. When it's given him the kill when he killed me with a 1,000-pound bomb. Which actually burnt to death, which is kind of funny. I survived and then burned, but... This is not landing. There's no point firing at the Jaguar. Eat another shot there. Here we go. We're going to have a go at this final plane. We're going to have one more chance. Or 2 chances. There's 2 planes. And they're going to spawn where? Where are they? Okay, opposite end. We're going to go for the MiG-27. Okay, he moved out the way and we missed. Oh, I can't fire at the other fella because I'm just going to die. GG, we died. Well, that was a fun experience in the Storm HVM as per usual. Love it. Wow. We got folded up like a pretzel. That's pretty rough. Pretty rough indeed. Trying our best though. Well, not really. We're just kind of memeing for this last 30 minutes or so. I actually did have a period of time where I was playing quite well, but I've slowed down a little bit. Probably because of all the talking we've been doing. Oh, big map. This is interesting. I tend to be, whenever I'm playing games these days on stream, that like I either focus really hard and then on the game and then play really well, or I focus really hard on the talking and then the gameplay kind of goes bye-bye. So it's like one of the two normally. I either play well or I talk well. Not much in between. Go to the B cap. I don't know if it's a good idea or not, but that's what I'm going to do. Drone as well. It's got the map already from down here, I think. Oh no, actually never mind. That might just be the direction of which the planes are going to come from. Never mind. Ignore me. Talking rubbish. Usually when you get one that early, it's just because someone's deployed a drone that you can't see yet. But we got that one over there. If I was in the OSA, I'd have a go at that straight away. I'd knock it out, but no point with this thing. Wasting sabos doing that. Or sabos, as they like to call them in the South African crew here. The old sabo rounds. This thing's actually fairly nippy when it gets up to speed. I've got to say, it's not immobile. Quite like that. I mean, a lot of these kind of MBT style vehicles at this tier, to be fair, start getting fairly nippy, but yeah. It's nice to not drive around a big old hulking vehicle that takes 5 years to get anywhere, like you do in some tiers out there. And some tech trees. Okay, they're not in view. Yeah, we ain't getting a shot of these people, are we? I'm surprised that B is so quiet. I mean, unless I'm walking into a trap here and I'm about to find someone big and nasty who's staring at me. Looks a bit to me like this might be abandoned. Taking everything inside me not to have a go at that SPAA. That's a waste. Oh, we actually got him! I was about to say, that's a wasted shot. Because I really didn't think that was going to get him. Never mind. I take back what I said. That one was a bit of a waste. I actually thought that one was better than the first shot I fired, just looking at it from the outside. Front. Back here somewhere? I don't know where the fuck that Merkava was from. Oh well. Say goodbye to your drone, whoever you are. Sin War the hero. Sweet 280 XP. Yeah. Oh, it's a bombers match as well, rather again than a helicopter match. We haven't been getting many helis today, which of course is natural, because I of course want helicopters because, well, I'm playing the HVM as my other SPAA in our spading journey to get every vehicle done. So half of my SPAAs are not very effective against jets, so of course naturally I'm playing against jets all the time, which is fun. Oh, I wasn't going to get that one in time. That's unfortunate. I nearly, very nearly made it to where I wanted to then. Very nearly. Not quite though. I was right on the cusp. Precipice, if you will. Another free drone though. I mean, it seems like a waste probably, but if you look at it, I'm getting the same XP that I get for killing an aircraft by killing a drone. It's like, I might as well. It's free XP. And, I mean, drones are still useful to knock out. Let's not beat around the bush here. Still useful pieces of equipment for the other team to have. And the more of them I knock out, the better. So, yeah. Good, good, good. That being said, we haven't seen an enemy plane yet, have we? We've only seen enemy drones. They're a bit reluctant to spawn in some planes for some reason. To be fair, not many of them have the option to, I suspect, because they seem like they're not getting very many kills or anything. All those that do are in the Strellas, so I mean... Getting all... Look at this, 5 bloody kills. 5 downs. Really, here we go, enemy planes. The Russian-named geezer from the last game again. Although he may have just died right before spawning in. No? Never mind. I don't think I hit these because they're going sideways. And I did. I actually thought they'd be too quick. You're dead. Oh, there's another two. Tell you what, the Osa. Is it the best SPAA I've ever played? Probably not. But you know what? It's pretty bloody effective. It's pretty damn good. I will still say, I think my favourite SPAA that I've played is probably... I really liked the Stormer AD. I think the Stormer AD might be my favourite, because it was just kind of amazing at everything. But then there's a few for the memes. The boss Vark was pretty fun. I like that thing. It wasn't very good necessarily, but it was hilarious to play. And we killed some mediums with it, and it was hilarious by machine gunning them in the side. There was almost that time we made the Great Escape as well by outrunning a Yag Panther in it, where we very nearly got murked, but it was, you know, part of the fun and games, isn't it? Let's go for a jet. Although I probably should have checked first to see if they still had these guys up, because they got 2 Strellas. There's no way I'm landing any form of bombs against 2 Strellas, but, you know. Maybe we'll get lucky, you never know. Maybe we'll do some crazy shit and dodge death again. There's about 5 SPAAs on their team. This is absolutely outrageous. Normally I can get away with it by doing a big nosedive, but no, not from the Strela. That's the way that I've seemed to have figured out you can dodge a lot of the SPA missiles early on. Is just do a big old nosedive and then skim the ground, but... yeah, the Strela does not let you go. That thing latches onto you and it just fucking chases you forever, that missile. Horrible piece of work that thing is. Well, I can't wait to get one at 10.7 when we get up there. Ooh. This guy actually may have been slightly helped out originally by that, mast. Is it kind of like weirdly knocked my camera off and then stopped me from backing him across, which is a bit frustrating. I don't know if I would have got him, but I got quite close and then all of a sudden it stopped me moving. A bit of a shame. But who knows? Going in the Attacko. So look at this, we're even drifting around the corner with him 35 miles an hour. Oh, we're skimming along. Look at this. This is great. What a screamer this thing is. 40 miles an hour. Whoa. We are steaming along. I bet we could even make... no, we probably couldn't, but this thing might be so long we could actually make the jump over the bridge. Do we do it? Go on, we might as well. What else we got to do in this game? There's no one else to kill. Can we make it across the gap? Come on! Oh, it didn't break. Never mind. Maybe in this version it's not... it doesn't break or something? Because going across the bridge is more advantageous? I don't know. I thought that was going to fall apart and we were going to get stranded like a boat. This thing does look like a boat, but it is actually an amphibious vehicle. Oh, wow. We actually could have hit that fella. If we get this kill, this would be insane. Oh, we'd have hit him as well. Oh, well. We tried so hard and got so far. And in the end, it did actually matter. But, we'd already won by that point. That's a pretty useful upgrade to get, though. Horizontal drive. We'll take that. We're at 28k. We certainly haven't excelled in this thing today, nor have we excelled in this Stormer HVM, but we're actually getting a lot more XP than we did the other day, which is good, because I really struggled in those things the other day. Maybe it's just the nature of it with being my first stream back and stuff as well, but I just was well off the pace. While today I may not be firing on all cylinders, I'm looking a lot better than I was.
Decent map, North Holland, provided I don't get YOLO'd by a bloody Gepard again. Good TTD map, though. I can go to the ridgeline bit around here and spark someone early. We'll see. Early freebie? Perhaps? Ooh. Maybe actually on the TAM if I'd got the timing a little bit. Oh. Knew I should have held on for that shot. Problem is now I'm in like a kind of rock and hard place because I got the leopard on one side and I got light tanks on the other who are kind of advancing. So I've actually put myself in quite a poor spot here. Really need to kill one on one side, whether it be the leopard on this side, who I do have a leopard 2k, challenging, or one of the lights on this side that gives me a bit of freedom to move. The last thing I want is to get caught properly, like both of them peak at the same time and I get stuck. And there's a ZTZ96 now that I bounced off of. That's not good. Oh, he's getting mugged. Nay mind, he's getting absolutely destroyed. Nice, Leopard 2k took his opportunity. I didn't think he was going to for a minute. I honestly thought he was going to squander it because he wasn't pushing. This is a really risky spot for me to play off of because of the... I'm essentially giving up my back to a bunch of stuff down there if I'm not careful. Like this Rad Kampfwagen 90. Might be worth it though. A couple of light tanks, you can see them on a map over here as well. What I'm a bit concerned about it is just a bit of an awkward spot we're in, really. They are only lights, though. But they aren't going to be too much of a threat. That being said, you shouldn't look at it as like all their baby little light tanks, they're going to do nothing. There's probably worse things to have on your side, like an MBT or something. Would I rather have a light tank or a Leopard 2 is kind of how I look at it. Hopefully this guy comes over the ridge. Or not, because he's been clattered. And he's dead. That's pretty handy. Alright, as we move up to the next little section. The next firing position, I suppose. Try and play the reverse of this hill, but there's a chance I'm going to get absolutely destroyed. If I can get here, though, we might be in the clear. Kind of difficult to dig me out from here with people behind me. Unless I get shot in the arse, but... to be fair, that 120S does have bigger problems to worry about right now than me. And he's dead, so I mean, he can't shoot me now anyway. That does generally help, I've heard, when it comes to enemies fighting you. If they're dead, they can't do much. Mistral and Saddam. Probably get a shot at this. Oh, we would have. Kill this one first. Oh. I want to kill this one first, but you won't peek me, and the other one Everyone's being a bit scared, this 105. If I look at that one, I know this guy's probably going to swing me and I'll die. I've got to be careful. Unless this guy dies, in which case that changes the game for me. He is getting absolutely swamped though. You little twat. Fucking leopard one, man. The timing on that couldn't have been worse of when he re-peeked me. But if he didn't disable me from moving. And get a bit aggressive on him now. Provided I don't get smacked in the face and just get... I was going to say easily penned like that. Oh. And the weasel should be a freebie as well. 6. Going on fairly well with the TTD, now that I'm kind of getting in the flow with it a bit. Not bad. Certainly a lot better than I was doing the other day. I mentioned that before with the other SPAAs, but also with this thing I'm doing significantly better. It also has to be mentioned I do have APFSTS now. Rather than just the shitty Heat FS rounds, so that also makes a big difference. Because Heat FS sucks. And I hate it. Is this guy going to be looking at me? And he's just got shot by a red camp while he's just fired. Nice. Well, I had to speculatively hope I could get around him, but nope. No one was there to shoot him in the back. After 6 kills, though, I can accept that. I don't mind. I probably should have just tracked him and then gone somewhere else, but he obviously turned around to try and shoot me, and the people in front of him / behind him, depending on how you look at it, didn't really take advantage of it, so... They probably could have put themselves in a position to kill him right as I track him, but still, I don't mind. 6 kills, 3 assists, not bad. Basically all done in the TTD again. Well, it was all done in the TTD, in fact. So, not bad. Fairly solid performance on that front. Storm at HVM and a TTD backup. Nice. And I think that's the TTD's first camo unlocked as well. So that's good. We're making our way through this already. I mean, it's 209,000 total and we're at 60k. Not bad. I mean, this is 239 and 240. There's like 1,000 difference between these two, and we've got 21 and 28,000. So there's a big difference. The OSA doing a lot better. But again, as I previously said, there is a lot more... there is a whole lot more running around in terms of jets right now than there is helicopters. If we were doing helicopters, the Storm at HVM just batters the OSA, but sadly we just seem to not be getting many helicopter games today. If we did, we would be feasting on their tears. Their souls would be ours to feast on, but sadly we can't, because there aren't any of them. He says, hoping there'll be a helicopter game this... No, it's jets again. Never mind. Just jets again. Like every game. It's typical though, because for a while I used to just get nothing but helicopters, and I always used to be annoyed about it when I was playing the regular ground vehicles, and I wished for more jets. And now when I want more helicopters, they're like, no, jets for you every game. Like, please give me helis again. I didn't mean it. I want to fight them all. I want to shoot them all. Waste of a shot. Oh, it's great. Bada boom. There's a guy we killed earlier a few times in our SPAA. He's been in a bunch of games we've been in today. I don't think people probably do, because they might not look at it like I do, but I wonder if anyone else gets in a game with me a couple of times in the night and goes, oh, it's that guy again. Obviously none of them know that I'm a streamer or anything, but kind of an interesting thought, whether they're like, oh, it's that guy again. Particularly if any of them are annoyed because I've like killed them a couple of times on the night. That'd be kind of funny to know. Like, oh, this is fucking... Oh, okay. That was a bit rude, wasn't it? Oh, that was even ruder. Well then. Back to the plane killing, I guess. In the boat, the canal boat. So let's get going. We are the only SPAA, which is nice. That being said, there are no enemy aircraft, and they only have 3 kills. So there probably won't be one for a minute or two either. They aren't getting that many points. And points mean planes in this case. So we need many points from kills and things. Here we go. Bomber inbound from old Seth over here. Seth Apophis. Not to be confused with apoptosis. It's a scientific term. Well, old Seth is not much of a skilled pilot when it comes to dodging, apparently, because he kind of just flew in a straight line and made it easy for me. If he just suddenly jerked up, I'd have missed, probably, because I wouldn't have been able to react and catch him, but yeah, he just flew in a straight line and made that a bit easy for me. Oh, I'll take it. Sometimes you just gotta take what the game gives you. Our Russian friend again, who's also going up, is same too. Yeah, this fella from the previous game. Hopefully we can shut him down as well. He's dropped the bomb very early. We ain't blowing them up. Alright, we're in trouble. Maybe not. He must have bombed someone else. He did. Wow. Well, maybe I should have fired my bomb into the middle of his, or my missile into the middle of his bombs and tried to knock them out. That is a possibility. I've done that before, where if I know I'm not going to be able to kill a plane, I try and knock out the bombs that he's dropped, but... yeah. We didn't in that case. It got a few people killed. I don't see any funny names in this one. I haven't found Greg for a few weeks. Old, what's his name? Gang Bang Greg, or whatever his name was. I haven't seen him for a week or two. Hello. This drone's invincible. There we go. I only took 3 missiles to bring it down. The smoke trails, like giant worms or something in the sky. Probably gonna get time for like 1 or 2 more games as well. I think we'll be off for the night. So yeah, been a wild night all in all, I'd say. Pretty interesting night, I would suggest. I've got a little bit in this match, though. Still a chance of doing something here. With the great Osa. The Stormer seems like it's going to be the one that takes the longest here. Which actually in the last one it did as well, but in fairness, the Rapier had less XP to gain on it. Stormer and the Osa are about the same. It also may swing back, because I mean, if we have a day where it's particularly helicopter heavy, then it will change the game. Biggest pet peeve with this bloody thing, though, is because of its smoke like trail on its missiles. Sometimes you actually just can't see where the you can't. It's hard to kind of like track where people are going. Yeah. Should have moved before that. Oh well, we still got 4. That's pretty good. If we can get 3 or 4 every time, it's pretty solid. I'll take it. There's me wheel rolling down the hill. A burnt out shell of a corpse. Poor Osa. Poor Osa. Look at us. We've got no wheels left. Beached like a whale. Terrible, isn't it? Maybe we'll get one more ground vehicle. This guy's having a good game. Oleg. 0 points for figuring out where he's from. Oleg playing the Russian tech tree. I wonder. Let's go hunting. And by that, I mean, let's attempt to, but the game's already over, so we're not going to find anyone anyway. Never mind. Let's just drive around like a moron for the next minute. See if we can get some air time on the steps. I don't think we're even going to make it there in time, but... Actually, we'll hit that ramp instead. Yeah! Look at that. Imagine if we rolled on our side out of bounds and died. That would be kind of funny. My service record wouldn't have been too happy about it, but still. We just got 2 people who don't want to respawn that we have to unfortunately wait for, even though our whole team is parked in their spawn. They wanted to. They could have just waited until the clock was at pretty much nothing on points and then just spawn in and get a free kill and the game will end, so... Bit redundant, but, you know, players will be players. Probably last game of the night, okay? So... enjoy it while you can, because it's probably the last one, and then we're going to raid out, I think. Is it going to be a helicopter match? That would be a nice one to end on. I don't think it will be, to be... There's no way of knowing until we spawn either. Just so everybody knows. I think it'll be a helis match. Well, I said I didn't think it was going to be a helis match. It is a helis match. I'm actually kind of excited about this, although it's only a half match. A bit disappointing. We got Get Wrecked Boys and Turkish Hero in this one. No one interesting with a funny name on it. We got Gary Grand over here. Oh, we have green camo now for this thing. There you go. We got sort of olivey green. Oh, this is like before with that K-Panzer. And I'm literally the only one here. Nice. I know it's like a smaller match and everything. We got SPAAs pushing up in the town, and I'm here on my own. Well. My best bet here, I think, is sitting. Oh, I've just been droned. That drone must have come up from really close by, though. Oh, it was on the radar until there's also someone on A. And the Boxer. Boxer's back there. There's someone on the A cap, so I'm going to guess that someone's going to come from over here in a minute. Oh, we'll just tuck in and wait, I guess. Either that or I'm going to get shot in the back in a minute. One of the two. Someone's coming. Engine noises. I assume that was the boxer. I might pull out and get shot here, but we'll see. Maybe it wasn't the boxer. No, there's some sort of MBT on the point. I don't know what it is, though. Fuck it, I'm going. What's a 435? And there's the boxer. No! That was horrible timing, and the Leopard 2 who was fighting them died. Fuck. Oh, I actually could have got myself out of that situation. That looked pretty unwinnable for a minute as well. Fuck. Let's try and get myself into a position where I can get these guys first. I mean, my missile should be faster than everyone else's, so that does give me an advantage shooting at the helicopters here. No one should be able to outpace my star streaks. Now, I'm sure there's people that have got more explosive missiles than me, but no one can outrun them. I mean that from my own team. It's not that they can fire a shot after me and get it there on target. Like, my missiles will reach the targets first if I fire, even a couple of seconds later, probably. Because they are 1,100 meter a second shots. Like, this should, in theory, get there miles before anyone else. There you go, you can see it. There's a big difference in the timing there. That's why I said that this thing just needs to fight helicopters. We've already got 2. We're about to get a 3rd and maybe a 4th. Because we can fire them both pretty quickly here. This thing is an absolute monster against helicopters. Against planes, it's very, like, hit or miss, but in quite a literal sense. As these guys, though, different story. Ooh, okay. Okay, we'll just take the 1. We won't get greedy. We're up to 3. Hoping for another enemy There's another enemy helicopter. As we're about to get YOLO'd in our spawn by a T-64. Well, we're about to die any second, so hope we've enjoyed our time here in the helicopter for this match, or against the helicopters. We finally get a helis match, and then we get kind of cucked. Well, we went down swinging, doing what we do best. I think we just killed 5 helicopters. Pretty decent. And now, actually, you know what? Let's play the Stormer again. Let's jump in it. And get in the other spawn. Although, oh no, our whole team's dead. Never mind. We aren't getting anything here. Hello. I love it when they're scared of me. They're like, oh no, I don't want to get shot by the Stormer. There's one more before the end. Alright, 6 kills. Kind of made the most of it. Not bad. 6 helis shot down. Considering our team was abysmal and got folded like a pretzel in seconds, I'd say that went rather well. And we've lost already. That was pretty bad. You know, I'll play one more game. One final match. That one ended during the break anyway, so no one would have seen it. One more match. Then we'll call it a night. 23-3 versus like 28-29. Bit of a gap opening up between these two. Ooh, good map. This is big Maginot though, isn't it? I don't like the big version of the map. That's fine though. I mean, it's actually not too bad for planes and helis and that, but it's awkward for the TTD because it'll take me a while to get to B. And there's a lot of opportunities to get YOLO'd and you spawn here, but still, see what happens. Oh, was that the break starting or was that the break end? No, I think actually that was the break ending, wasn't it? No, that was the break starting. Never mind, everyone did see that last game. I was talking rubbish. Now the break's about to start. So enjoy those delicious ads. Will we see anyone who's tasty and is a free kill? I mean, the Vextra would be lovely, but we're not going to hit him. So. Vextra is going to be behind about 15 layers of building, so I don't really fancy that one. Maybe I'm wrong, but I very much doubt it. And also in doing the shot of the Vextra, we've also got to make sure we don't expose ourselves to a bunch of people down here. No. T80 from where? Yeah, he's in that fucking hill where everyone else is, I think. Never mind, that was a shit one. I didn't see if it was planes or not either, so let's just go with the Stormer for start. Please, hellies. Planes. Fuck. That's not good. Well, on a big map like this, maybe it is, because we might be able to chase some people down, but it's not going to be easy, though. Presence at A as well, because we got this guy down here who's on the cap, so he's... Actually, he's losing it. He must not be on the cap. I was gonna say he's marking the cap, so they can't take it, but they are. Hoping for some aircraft coming in soon. That would be good. It'd be rather stupendous to fight an aircraft right about now. Maybe I should have ended it after the last game where we went off on a high. Who knows? Here we go, first one of the match. Well, they made it easy for me. Maybe we are going to have a good game here in the old Stormer. There's one. Kind of a cool launch system, isn't it? This is a lot harder to hit as like an interception shot. Oh, we got it though. Just. That was actually quite lucky, to be fair. He turned towards us and gave us a little bit of an easier hit. I think it's way harder getting those intercepts, but I mean, that's just me. Welcome back from the break, everybody. Final match of the night. As I think you heard before the break started, but final game of the night.
We've captured most of the strategic zones.
So far, we got one kill on an aircraft with the Stormer. It's not too bad, actually. Hit that back. We got 2 kills with the Stormer on an aircraft.
Another zone captured. We have the advantage.
What in the fuck? He just did like a... Okay, that was a weird flip. That we auto restock. We don't even have to fight all of them before we reload. We reload like one at a time. This is actually really... That's really nice because it allows us to get loads of shots off quite quickly, especially if we get swarmed with helicopters. Against planes, it's a little different because they take longer to track, but against the helis, this thing's a monster still, as I say, and quite easy to kill them. Hopefully this guy just flies straight into my star streak. Nope. Wait until he starts flying straight, I guess. Oh no, I'm out of missiles. What am I going to do? Miss. Miles. Never mind. Ignore that one. That one didn't happen. We'll edit that one out. Just cut that out of the edit. It'll be fine. No one saw that shot. Surprised if I catch this one. It's a bit of a dodgy shot, but close. I don't think we'll get the kill. Oh, we did. No, we didn't get the kill for that one, I don't think. Never mind. Ignore everything I'm talking about. Just don't listen to me. Not that many people do anyway, but still. Don't listen to me. I think this thing looks cool, you know? Got its little head up there. Its little head on a swivel. It's got its little, like, robot face here at the front.
I can't believe what I'm seeing!
King of Wizards, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. That's the first one that's actually popped up today because Stream Elements has been broken. So thank you very much for the test of the command. Well, command? What do you call it? Alert. I appreciate it. Thank you. We are on our last game of the day, though, which I do have to mention. So I won't be on too much longer, but thank you for the follow, though. I do appreciate it. You're welcome. Thank you for being so polite. Ah, I know. Unfortunate. I've been on for... Well, actually, you're kind of lucky in a way, because I normally end after 5 hours, so I normally would have been wrapping up or off by now. So maybe it's luck that you caught me in the first place, you know? But seems I got hit too late. I will be back tomorrow. I won't be playing War Thunder in fairness, but I will be back tomorrow, and then I'll be back playing War Thunder on Sunday. So keep an eye on those notifications. Try that again. Keep an eye on those notifications, and you'll see me come back. Don't worry, have no fear. I will return. I appreciate you coming in and dropping the follow, though. Thank you very much, man. It just gives you something to look forward to next time when I'm back on. You get to experience just what a kind of a mess this stream really is. My Stormer HVM antics. Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Thank you. Please. Okay. Please no bombs land on me, please. Oh, well, good. The Saddam blew them up. What a cheeky fella he is. He saved my ass, and I think it seems like he's eaten some of the shots for it. But yeah, I think I was fucked if he didn't blow them up. I think they were gonna land on my head. Not gonna lie, 2 reasons I clicked newest. One, I saw War Thunder. Fair enough. Seems to be a common denominator with many coming in during these streams. Interestingly, I used to get a lot of people when I was playing other stuff that had randomly come in for other reasons that I'd just see, like, you know, they just find me on, like, recommended or whatever. But ever since I started playing War Thunder, a lot of War Thunder people find me in the category. And not so many... I don't really find many people just randomly anymore through recommended or anything. It's kind of unusual. And 2, your PNG is awesome. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoy the PNG. This is the chibi form. There is also a regular form of it, which I can't get up now, but... we do also have a stream pet as well. We have Nox Cat, which you can do for channel points, or in this case, I'll just bring him up on screen, because I don't think you have the channel points to do it, because you still... Even after following, I don't think it gives you enough. But I'll give you a free Nox Cat. Look at that. Look, it's Nox Cat. He's here with us now. Like a sidekick. I don't know. Thank you for the good hit as well. I absolutely hate using this thing against planes. It's just dreadful. So, me being able to get 4 kills with this thing in any match against planes is just, like, mental for me. Helicopters, I'll snipe 50 out of the, out of the air all day. But... What is it? It's called the Stormer HVM. It's a British SPAA at 10.3. Basically, the problem with it is, and you won't... Funnily enough, I'm landing all these shots now. It's got... I'll take it in test drive and I'll show you in a minute. It has these things called Starstreak missiles, which are... They're kind of like Sabo missiles. They're a bit weird. Where it fires like a big old casing and then it explodes and projects like 3... spinning like a spiral of death at the enemies. I'll show you in the test drive. I'll just fire it up into the sky and you'll see what I mean. I'll give you a look at the actual thing itself, right? Just what it discards the first bit and then starts sending like a spinning sort of circle of shells. Problem is it's like 1,000 meters a second, so it's really fast. So trying to hit like this guy is quite difficult because of how close he is. It's really easy to overshoot. But then other than that, it's like, it's not particularly explosive. It's very fast, and it's very good in that regard, but it's not hugely explosive, so it's quite difficult to, like, sometimes get planes. So there you go, that's a good example. He came within a kilometer, and it's almost impossible for me to get the shot off to hit him, to time it, because it's like, I think it's like 1,100 meter a second velocity on these things. They're really rapid, but it does mean that they're insanely good. This is like the absolute helicopter assassin. No helicopter's going to stand a chance against this thing, because again, if you see it, 1125. It's like absolutely mental. It's got 30 pens, so it's not really killing anything other than light tanks, and it's got 1.5 kg of TNT, so it's not particularly explosive. But 1125 is just nutty. Like when you compare that to the other one I've got, the platypus, as we're now going to call it, or a giant tortoise, it looks like, the Osa. This thing has 580, but it also has 8 kilos of TNT, so it's like 8 times more explosive, but half as fast. And then you got this thing that's basically just like helicopter death incarnate. Which if I actually haven't compared it to the speed of some of the comparable things, but if we have a look at it, I bet none of these have anywhere near 1,000. Yeah, 570 on the Roland. Oh, there's the Osa again, but there's the German version, the Flak. 570. Yeah, it's like there aren't many things that have, like, even the top tiers, right? Like the 975. So this thing's just nutty. Or it's at least nutty at shooting slow-moving things that can't get out of the way. But when you're fighting a jet that's flying along and then just goes all over the screen and then dodges and comes flying back, you can't do shit against them. But you can't do anything against them doing that. But if they just do one of those ones where they just fly at you like this and they're like, yeah, I'm going to bomb you, all you've got to do is just go bing, and just knock them out of the sky, and it's amazing. That's why I don't know it. Don't have Britain up that high. I'm having trouble just getting past 4.7. Also, I think I just butchered the name. Ah, it's fine. Don't worry about it. I know what you mean, though. German made myself, but I'm not blind unless they're past 1,000 meters. I did play a match earlier on. I don't know what time it was in the stream. I actually played against the blindest team I've ever seen. 1 or 2 of them were German, but most of them were Russian tanks. There was like, I don't know, 6, I think I got 9 kills, and about 7 of those people were sort of staring at me, but just didn't even shoot me. They were just like, I was sat basically right in front of them, and they were just like, whoa, look, there's a nice building over there. Oh, isn't it nice? Oh, I like the way that the archway on that house is structured. And then they just explode, and it's just like, oh, there's a tank behind me. I didn't realise. Just like, yeah, GG. Now, I was just, essentially it was just like 10 minutes of me driving around going, this guy's blind, and then the next guy, and then just being like, these are the dumbest people I've ever played against. That was just chaining people of just killing idiots that were just like staring at the wall. It was amazing. To give a quick rundown of what we're actually doing here, just so you know, because I know it's just the spiel. I am on a quest to spade every ground vehicle in the game. So I've been working with various tech trees, particularly, I mean, the one I'm pretty much working on is Britain, because I'm trying to get everything done in Britain. So you can see I'm at 10.3. Everything below that, minus this, which is brand new and got added like a week ago, I've spaded. So everything before that. Everything at ones, rank 1, rank 2, all the way up to here. Everything is spaded up to here, minus that. So that's my goal. I've also done all the challenges, and I'm doing the SPAs now. Warriors done, need to do the Vicars, and then obviously these guys, but... And then go back to this, which I'll do last. But yeah, my service record, while not particularly impressive, is very Britain heavy, followed by China, which I was playing off stream, so I've done a chunk of China already. But yeah, it's a bit of a quest, I've got to say. I've been doing this for about a year now or something, and I still haven't even finished Britain. So, it's going to take a while. But it's nice when I can get games full of blind people that... No, actually, no, I got to take back what I said earlier. It's an insult to blind people to say that those players are blind. Because even the blind people are better at seeing than them. So, you know what? Fair play to the blind folks who play the game. They're probably better than half the random teammates you'll find in the game. So, fair play to the blind folks out there. Or visually impaired in general. I'm sure that they're much better players than half of the Warth in the community. Why would you play China? So I played off stream with my mate Mirage, who he was fairly new. He played like just through Russia up to about 9-0, and he wanted to just play a different tech tree. We jumped in Germany, which I'd already done. So I was like, well, I'll play one that I haven't played. So it's basically Japan, China, Italy, France, Sweden, or Israel. Of which Israel was out because it starts at 6.0. So it was basically Sweden, France, Italy, China, or Japan. And I was like, well, China's kind of like Russia, so I'll jump in and I'll do those. And actually, some of the vehicles in the Chinese tech tree are nasty. Some of them suck. I mean, straight up, some of them are trash. But there's a few hidden gems in there. The AFT-09 was pretty fun. I quite like that. EGZ-09 is really good. The ZTZs are actually all really nice. The Bulldog, kind of a classic. These things are garbage. I hate both of them. Type 59 and 69 are good. This thing, though. Oh. This thing might be my favorite vehicle in the Chinese tech tree. Let me break it out real quick. Let me test drive it real quick. Just remember how good it feels to play this thing. So it gets one standard shell with, I think, 449 pen as a base at 9.0. And it has a 5-second autoloader. So it is just a case of like, oh, I'm on their flank and they haven't spotted me. Time to delete everything. And then you just delete everybody. Like, it's just 450 pen or whatever it is with 5-second reload. It literally is just, I mean, minus that shot. That was a bit awkward, wasn't it? But you delete everybody. It's just insane, this thing. That I really enjoyed. It's just that moment of, like, you realize that nobody's looking at you. And you sneak up behind, like, 6 people. And they're all just fighting some guy on the point. Like, yeah, I'm going to steal the A point. And then in about 20 seconds, their whole team just gets wiped out by that thing. Nutty. Yeah, so China does have some decent stuff in. Most of the vehicles in China, meh. I mean, a lot of the good ones are copies, Hellcat, yeah, SU-100, stuff like that, but there's a few good, decent ones in there. I do like the high-tier stuff, though. I like the ZTZ-96. That one's pretty fun. I haven't played this because it's new. I hate this thing. This thing's... This thing's actually really fun. This thing I despise because look how big it is. It's a light tank. Look how big it is. The size of a building. How can you call this a light tank? That's the MBT. That's the light tank. It's like double the height. Ridiculous. Then you got this thing which is pretty boxy, but it's also really nimble. So this thing's kind of hilarious. I quite like this. Other than that, I'll just run you through. Some of these I haven't like done the spading thing on. I just played them before and then decided later on, oh, what if I spade everything? Like US, I've done a chunk on all the way up to like 9-0, but I've just never spaded everything. Germany was the original nation I played, so I've got kind of bits and pieces minus stuff that's been added since. And the highest I've got up there is actually 7-0 spaded. I haven't even started on the 7-7s and that. Russia, I'm at like rank 2. Britain, obviously, I've spaded everything up to here, essentially at 10. Japan, I haven't touched them. China, obviously, pretty self-explanatory, minus M55 and the new thing, the CM. Isn't this just a copy of that, like, French light tank? Or the Japanese one, isn't it just the same thing? Yeah, it's just this, isn't it? Oh. Okay, so it's not actually that unique. Okay, anyway, away from the side note. Italy, I've never played other than the Feroz, which I got. France, I actually played all the way up to the mighty heights of 1.7, which I saw you say that you play yourself, you enjoy about France. Sweden, never touched. Israel, never touched, but I bought some of this stuff in the sales when it was 50% off, so yeah. So I own a lot of vehicles. I don't necessarily have a lot of them spaded and or have played them all. But you saying about being at 4.7 in Britain, let me tell you. There's some great vehicles in Britain. There's some stinkers in Britain. Centurion, nice. FV, quite liked it. Mark 10 Centurion, pretty good. Carnarvon and Conqueror, great. Chieftains, nutty. Falcon, insane. Fox and Scimitar, pretty fun. Roycat, really good. A lot of good stuff. And then you get this. The Striker. Worst piece of shit in the game. Absolutely terrible. One of the worst vehicles I've ever played. It's genuinely horrific. Most people who play this tank need therapy after finishing it. I had to put the Russian flag on it just to try and get some luck for myself, because that's how bad it is. Needed everything I could get. There's also the Swing Fire, which is just as piss poor too, so there you go. Hey, you got the Dreepy, let's go. Yeah, Britain's missile carriers are absolutely diabolically crap, minus this thing. This thing's quite good. Warrior's nice, Desert Warrior's pretty crap. Oliphant's decent, TTD's alright, I've been playing that. Challengers are fine. There's a lot of decent vehicles in Britain, but not that many insane vehicles though. Hate fighting Russia, but not because they are hard to kill, but because they are freaking annoying. Yeah, a lot of the Russian vehicles... The thing is as well, Russia are difficult to deal with in-game with how powerful they are if they're played properly. Problem is, 9 times out of 10, most of the people who you run into who are playing Russia, of course, just shout Suka Bliat, slam their forehead on the keyboard, and then just drive around the corner side on and get one-shotted. So, like... Yeah, there's a lot of annoying Russian vehicles, but most of them aren't anywhere near as bad as they should be, because people just throw themselves in front of you like an idiot. But if you play against someone who actually knows what they're doing, especially in some of these high-tier MBTs, it is the biggest fucking pain in the world to deal with them, so... You know, they are very strong in that regard. So yeah, I kind of agree with you. It's like, there's a lot of annoying Russian vehicles as well. I mean, like BMD with its autocannon, fucking annoying. This thing's a pain in the ass. The BMPs are annoying. I mean, the T-80s with their missiles as well that they end up getting are annoying. Was it T-64, whichever one it is? This one that gets the side skirts on it that blocks like HE. That's a pain in the ass. IS-4 is kind of troublesome when you first run into it, of course. 55 AMD and the 62 and that are pretty strong when you first find them in the 72s, so yeah. Yeah, the 2S38 as well, that thing's just disgusting. I seem to remember, and I might be wrong on this, that this thing was at 9.7 at one point, and then they just fully upped it to 10.7. Unless I'm just talking out my arse here, but I'm sure this thing used to be way lower, and then they nerfed it. It's so insanely strong, though. I mean, It's like that and the Beglite Panzer is the other one. But like when you see those things out there, they're better than SPAAs at shooting shit out the sky. You know it's wrong when you'd rather fly into a missile from an SPAA than get shot at by one of these with its stupid proxy HE rounds. It's just silly fighting this thing. But yeah. So that's my goal, is to try and spade everything in the game. Whether or not I'll ever achieve it, realistically, probably not. Because they'll add more vehicles before I can even finish anything. But I've nearly finished the whole British tech tree. And if I can finish it by... I don't know. I mean, I've got so much to do. If I can finish it by, like, the end of January or something, that'll be a win. So, we'll see. But I'm doing 10 hours of spade in a week, what with the 2 5-hour streams for War Thunder, so you never know. Today, though, we'll have a quick look at where we are. 60,000 on this, not bad for 1 and a bit days' work. Take that. 27 on the Stormer is a bit weak, admittedly, but we didn't have a lot of games in it today, and not many helicopters about. 31 here is not bad for the OSA, though, so pretty decent. And then, obviously, in terms of overall XP, I've unlocked everything in the tech tree, so... we got some XP on the Wasp, which I'm never going to play, but there we go. Might as well dump the XP somewhere. Eat 62s and 72s for breakfast. Yeah, it's pretty satisfying when you get to the point where you can just clap them and like it's nothing. Very satisfying. It's like my favorite part of playing against people in this game that do questionable things is when you get someone who gets like overconfident because of the vehicle they're in. And they sort of seem to forget that, like, you have a gun that's capable of killing most things now when you get to those types of tiers at the high end. You just know that there's someone out there who's, you know, there's someone out there in their T-72 who sees you and they're like, ah, I have you now. And then they drive around the corner and then just get one-shotted. And it's like, do you forget I have 400 pen now? Like, goodbye. Just delete them, yeah. Yeah, well, I suppose I should probably, I can't speak, wrap up, shouldn't I? As it is about that time. Oh, crew XP, I need to do that real quick. I'll do that and then I'll start winding down. But yeah, I'm glad we had a chance to have at least a little bit of time here, though, King. Because I know, say it was unfortunate you came in right at the end, so I'm glad you were able to get at least a little bit of something out of today. Coming in so late, but I still appreciate you coming in and hanging out. Thank you very much for chatting with me for a little bit. I guess back to the lab real quick. Oh. But as I say, I'll be back tomorrow. I'm going to be playing Outer Worlds 2. What I'm going to be playing, because we are on top of the spading quest. I also have this big thing that I do where I try and 100% games that I'm playing. So in the case of the Outer Worlds 2, I'm trying to unlock 100% of the achievements. And it's been going pretty good. So yeah, we'll play that tomorrow. It should be fun. We should make some more progress on the old achievements. I think we're at 20 out of 48, so we're going well there. And then Sunday, as I say, I'll be back for War Thunder. Best ways to keep track of things, obviously you already follow the channel now, so you'll get the notifications when I go live, unless you switch that off, which you can if you want to. But if you want to get the best notifications of when I go live, we do have a Discord as well, with pings every day when I go live. So if you want the extra, you know, notification that I am indeed live, then that will be there, as well as, of course, news updates and stuff if you want any of that stuff. So there is a link below the stream if you want any of that, or there's an exclamation mark Discord command to be done. I also do stream on YouTube at the same time, so as of right now I am still streaming live on YouTube, which I'll end in just a minute as well when I wrap up the other stream. But if you want to go over there and drop any support towards that, up to you. There's an exclamation mark YT. A cheeky like on the stream on YouTube goes a long way, or a cheeky sub, because we are at 192. We're getting very close to 200. It'll be very cool to hit it by the end of the year. But yeah. Other than that, I don't think I have anything else to say. Oh, actually I do. I have a few things to mention. No, I say that. We will actually raid out today because we haven't done that for a while. Bowl. Good old bowl. Actually, no, I need to, well, end the YouTube stream first. Thanks, YouTube folks, hanging out. Appreciate it. Thanks for vibing. Thanks for lurking. Thanks for chatting. Bob, thanks for being here and bringing your mates in. Much appreciated, as always. And if you are in the YouTube stream and you haven't already, liked, subbed, all that stuff if you want to. And I'll be back tomorrow. So you guys have fun, and I'll talk to you soon. I'll see you later, YouTube folks.